Lecture 1, Introduction to Irrationality. Welcome to the Science of Irrationality. This is a course that I taught for many years in college to an undergraduate audience, but it is actually a fairly unique course. There are courses on cognitive psychology, there are courses on critical thinking, but there are very few courses that are organized around the principle of irrationality, rationality and irrationality. I have revised the course and updated it for Now You Know Media, and it is, I hope, something that you will enjoy. So let's get started. First of all, we might begin by asking the simple question, what does it mean to be rational? Before we can know what it means to be irrational, we might want to ask this question. So it sounds like a good thing, whatever it is. It sounds like something we should want to be. It also sounds like it might involve thinking and reasoning and using our brains. So that's good. But what does it mean to be irrational? Well, before we answer that question or even try to answer that question, I'm going to give you a couple of examples, two scenarios that I want you to just listen to and see what you think you would do in that situation, how you would feel in that situation. We're going to refer back to these several times during the course, and they get at some of the issues that we're going to be talking about in the course. So, the first one is the strawberry cheesecake example. Imagine that lately you've been paying much more attention to your health. You've been exercising regularly and watching your food consumption. You've lost some weight and you are really feeling good about yourself. Tonight you're out for dinner with friends and you've had a very nice meal and a couple of glasses of wine. You don't usually have dessert, but this is one of those places where they roll the dessert cart right up to the table. Your eyes land on a big piece of strawberry cheesecake that probably is chock full of calories. But you really love cheesecake, and you haven't had it in a very long time. Imagine yourself in that situation. How would you feel? What might you do? Okay, here's a different scenario. Imagine that you are checking your schedule for the upcoming week, and you see that you have a doctor's appointment for a minor outpatient surgical procedure on Friday. But for the first time, you notice that this particular Friday is the 13th day of the month. You're not really superstitious, but you're going under the knife on that day, and you think, maybe I should reschedule the appointment. So think about that. Put yourself in that situation. One of the things that, just as a hint to future topics, one of the things that these two scenarios are both supposed to engender in you is a sense of inner conflict or a sense that something is not quite right. And so just let those sit for now. We'll come back to them later, the cheesecake example and the Friday the 13th example. Okay, so let's return to the question of what it means to be rational before we get to irrational. Now, the word rational, in the sense that we use it, and irrational, are not really the terms that have been used over the years with respect to this topic. They're fairly modern terms. More likely, in earlier times, we talked about reason as a human capability, reason. And that goes back all the way to the Greeks, 4th century BC. And so, for example, Plato placed a lot of stock in reason. Reason was an important human activity. And he also talked about the soul being divided into three parts. Appetites, which were what we would think of as drives like thirst and hunger, fatigue, and then spirit, which is what we would think of as emotions, That's the second part. And the last part was reason. And in Plato's view, reason ruled over the other two. So reason was superior and reined in our appetites and our spirit, our emotions. This is consistent with the sort of hierarchical view of the world that the Greeks had. Things were in a hierarchy, with humans, for example, higher than animals. Which leads us to Aristotle, Plato's student, who also talked about the soul, but in relation to the souls of plants, animals, and humans. He believed that plants had souls, animals had souls, and humans had souls, but he suggested that only humans have minds capable of reason. So here we have an early suggestion that humans are different. Humans have reason, and animals do not. And that is a theme that carries throughout the history of philosophy and also into psychology, modern psychology. So in our historical view of reason, our next stop is way into the future with René Descartes. Descartes was a 17th century French philosopher, and he is very important in the history of psychology. He really, although he was not a psychologist, he's a philosopher, he really advanced the view of psychology quite a bit because he, first of all, one of the things he introduced was the question of dualism, the idea that the body is different from the mind. The body is a physical thing capable of action, but the mind was something else that was apart from the body but controlled the body. And figuring out how that could be has been a problem for psychology for centuries. How could a non-physical thing control a physical thing? And so Descartes is responsible for, or is an example of the problem, the mind-body problem, which scientists would struggle with for years beyond. But more to our purposes, he had some things to say about reason. For example, he suggested that animals were primarily involved in mechanical movement. They did not have reason in the same way that we do, and so humans did have the same kind of mechanical movements that animals did. In fact, one of Descartes' great additions to the field of psychology was the idea of a reflex, which is a kind of bodily movement, but a mechanical one, an automatic one. And so when you touch a flame and you pull your hand away without having to say, oh, my hand is on a flame, maybe I should pull it away, you just do it. That's a reflex. And Descartes identified that as a kind of mechanical movement that he thought animals had, that animals did exclusively. But he recognized that humans did it as well. But humans have a mind that's separate from the body, according to Descartes. And here's the crucial part for us, that reason, the mind, according to Descartes, was responsible for all deliberate action. So if we chose to do something, then it was due to the mind. So that's Descartes, and as I say, he's an important figure who really did advance the science of psychology quite a bit. But just to give you the flavor of a different philosopher and their view of reason, let's turn now to Albert Camus, a 20th century existentialist philosopher, French. And you know, the existentialists were always a sort of a depressed group. They're worried about whether life had any meaning or not. And Camus, of course, was very much this way. And he referred to reason as ridiculous reason. In his famous piece, The Myth of Sisyphus, he writes a passage about that really sort of characterizes the ridiculousness in his mind of reason. I'm going to read you a short passage from that piece now. If I were a tree among trees, a cat among animals, this life would have meaning. Or rather, this problem would not arise. I should belong to this world. I should be this world to which I am now opposed by my whole consciousness and my whole insistence upon familiarity. This ridiculous reason is what sets me in opposition to all creation. I cannot cross it out with a stroke of the pen. So, you probably remember the myth of Sisyphus is the case where has the famous image of the man rolling the stone up to the top of the mountain, only to let go and have the stone roll down again and return to the bottom and roll it up. And it is this symbol of sort of pointlessness in life. And the idea being that if there's any meaning to life at all, you have to figure it out. You're going to have to use reason to figure it out. And furthermore, in Camus' view, it was not a happy thing. It was a burden. That humans were compelled to try to figure out whether life had meaning, whether it was worth going on living or not, and that this was the ridiculous reason that he was talking about. Not a very cheery view of life, but you get the point that consciousness and the ability to reason has both great benefits, but it does mean, we must acknowledge that it means we can also contemplate things like our own death or the death of our loved ones. And so there are burdens to this great intelligence that we have as well. The question of the humanness of reason, the exclusively humanness of reason, is a common theme in the history of philosophy. And I should just, to give animals their due, non-human animals their due, I think it's worth mentioning that non-human species are capable of more than we have given them credit for in the past. Nothing approaching human language and intellect, of course. We have built cities, great technologies, done wonderful things that no other species has done. But parrots, for example, are capable of considerable language ability. We know chimps and other primates can be taught to use language, sign language, and then will go on to use it independently. And it's also the case that primates can be taught at a computer to do counting tasks, to do simple mathematical tasks, and even in the wild, primates use tools independently. Famously, they will take a stick, strip the leaves off of it, dip it into an anthill to try to pull ants out of it. That's considered to be tool use and something that is a sign of higher intelligence, to be able to recognize that an object could be fashioned into a tool. Classic view of intelligence. So I think the animals deserve a little bit more credit than they've been given in the past, but it is true that human reason is superior and is something fairly unique to us. Okay, I want to pause now on the philosophy part of the story and move on to some other views of reason and rationality. And where we really hit the sort of modern view of the term rationality is when we introduce the economic view, which is presented by or is characterized primarily by Adam Smith, the economist Adam Smith, who was a Scottish economist and philosopher, and he's responsible for the idea that all of our economic decisions are rational, that they are self-interested, that we always choose in a way that benefits us personally. And the interesting part is that view was standard view within economics for many years, and only in recent decades has it been shown, primarily by psychologists, that view is wrong in many instances. And so we'll get into that in much greater depth later in the course. But it is true that the standard view, and one that we'll use as a yardstick, is, does this action help me meet my goals? Is it in my self-interest? To do otherwise would be irrational. And we'll also look at, since this is a course on irrationality, we'll talk about the ways and look at the ways how individuals don't act as they should according to that model. Before we get much further into this, I want to point out that there are two versions of rationality, two categories of rationality, and these categories will actually divide the class somewhat in half. And so at the beginning of the class, we'll be talking primarily about epistemic rationality. Now, that word epistemic may be a confusion. The word stems from the word epistemology. And epistemology is a subsection of philosophy that deals with knowledge, how we acquire knowledge, whether various ways of acquiring knowledge are good or not, and so on. So how we deal with information and knowledge. And so epistemic rationality is about whether our knowledge is good knowledge or not. And what do we mean by good knowledge? Well, our understandings of the world should describe the world accurately. And our beliefs that we hold should also be based on a good and accurate description of the world. So epistemic rationality has to do with things like logical thinking and cognitive psychology. We will be talking in this class a lot about how to be logical, and also how sometimes our methods of thinking, our cognitions, go astray and are not logical when they should be. So that's epistemic rationality. And it also, finally, we need to recognize that having good beliefs, having good ideas about the world is a question also of evidence. So when we look at evidence, it should be sound evidence. We should value evidence. We should not dismiss it. And so good epistemic rationality involves all those things. It involves accurate descriptions of the world, seeking evidence, valuing evidence, and logical thinking. So that's one part. The second part of the course, and the second aspect of rationality that people in this field agree upon, is something called instrumental rationality. And that is the question of what you do with the information you have. So it is possible to be epistemically in the good place, to have solid beliefs, to have a good description of the world, to understand what is the right thing to do in a certain circumstance, but then you might do the wrong thing anyway. And that is called instrumental irrationality. If you're going to be rational, you need to do it in both ways. You have to have good beliefs, but you also have to have the willpower or whatever it takes to do the right thing with those beliefs. And this part of rationality does have to do much more with that economic theory view. Economics is often about transactions, and so this is where things can break down also. You could have a good view of the world and understand the world well, but still act in a way that isn't rational. And so the course will be looking at both those kinds. We will spend a fair amount of time on the development of good beliefs and epistemic rationality. We'll also spend a fair amount of time on things that cause us to act irrationally and instrumental irrationality. So we can go back now and consider the two scenarios just for a moment. We're going to come back to them many times throughout the course, but let's just go back and think about those two scenarios, the cheesecake and the Friday the 13th that I mentioned to you at the beginning of this session. So in the cheesecake case, if you put yourself in the position of that person at the restaurant, it's probably true that their reason says maybe not. I should say no. And if they have an accurate view of the world and they still want to maintain their program of good health and weight loss, the reason would tell them that they shouldn't. But instinct or something or desire may still pull them. So this is a case where there might in fact be a conflict between epistemic rationality and instrumental. They may know what the right thing to do is, but they may do the wrong thing anyway. In the Friday the 13th case, the same kind of conflict can result. A person might very well know that, it's silly. Friday the 13th is not an unlucky day. There's no evidence of that. It's not consistent with reason and what we think we should know. And yet they might feel a tug and might want to change the appointment. So that's a reasonable thing, a human instinct, and it does represent the same kind of conflict. So these two scenarios provide an introduction to some of the issues that we will be dealing with in the course. And as I said, we'll come back to them again and we'll consider them in a number of different ways. So what I want to tell you about the course that lies ahead is that we will be discussing all these views of rationality and irrationality and many others. But it's not just a course in theory. Some of the examples that I use will be relatively trivial ones, like the ones that I presented just now. But there are going to be some issues of rationality that have very serious consequences for individuals and very serious consequences for society as a whole. So I hope that you find the course to be useful in a number of ways and entertaining as we go forward. Lecture 2, Rational Choice Theory and Logic. Welcome back to the Science of Irrationality. Today's lecture is going to be about rational thinking. This is still part of epistemic rationality, and so we are trying to figure out how to form good beliefs. And again, I've got an example for you to think about, and we will refer back to it. Actually, we're going to get into it in some depth in a later lecture. But today I want to just propose for you that there is a group of people who believe that the earth is flat. These are flat earth believers, and there's actually a flat earth society that has been around for quite a while. They have a website that you can go to, www.tfes.org. If you go to the website, it's a repository of information about their theories of the earth being flat. There's a discussion forum there, and you can get into discussions with them about their beliefs and why they believe it. There's also an annual 2-day Flat Earth International Conference. It turns out the Flat Earth Society is not related directly with the conference, but one assumes that the people who go might be of similar kind and some overlap. And of course, you may have heard that there are a number of celebrities who have publicly stated that they are flat earthers as well. So we're going to get into it in much greater depth in a later class, but for now, what do flat earthers believe? Well, they believe the earth is flat. They have maps. They believe that the continents that we are familiar with, they don't have any problem with that. They all exist, but they're arranged differently on a flat surface, and they have maps that show it. They also believe that there's a conspiracy, a big conspiracy out there to keep the truth from us, and that many people are involved in it. NASA has been lying to us for all these years. They question all of the photographic evidence. Any of the familiar photographs from space that you may have seen, they feel those are all photoshopped. And they also have a number of kind of interesting workarounds for simple problems that you might easily come up with. Like, for example, we know that at night the light goes away, and then in the morning the sun comes back, right? And our explanation for that is that we're on a globe and it's turning, and when the sun is on one side, it's sunny, and when it's not. They have a workaround for that, which is that the sun, in their view, is sort of like a flashlight that moves around the flat Earth. And so when you're in the beam, it's daytime, and when the beam moves away, it's darkness. So I'm just going to leave that there for now, and we will come back to that and evaluate the belief later on. But it will, as we acquire these tools in the class, we'll have other ways to sort of look at those kinds of beliefs and others that we'll encounter. Okay, I would like to introduce you to something called rational choice theory now. This is a common theory that is used often by psychologists and some philosophers to create a model for what would be a rational way to think and act. And you'll notice that, again, there is this focus on two things, on beliefs, but then actions based on those beliefs. So according to rational choice theory, an action is rational if it's the best way to accomplish your goals. And this is the instrumental part of rationality. On the other hand, a belief is rational if it is grounded in the information that's available to you, and that requires that the person, in some cases, may need to search for information. They can't just sit on their laurels and go with their gut. Of course, there are going to be circumstances in which you can't search for information. So if you are a soldier on the battlefield and you're trying to figure out what the best thing to do in this particular moment is, you may not have time to search for more information to base your decision on. But given adequate time, then you should be able to search for enough information or whatever is available to you, and then base your actions on those beliefs. There's some really interesting things about this theory that might not be obvious to you. One is that according to this idea of rational choice, you don't have to be successful to be rational. There are going to be situations in which you only have part of the information. It's not possible to know exactly what the right thing to do is, but you have made an adequate search and you've made logical decisions about your beliefs, and you take the action that seems right. You still might fail because you don't have enough information or the circumstance is not right, but you at least have made the right effort. And so success is not required for rational choice theory. It has a sort of subjective aspect to it, so that the person should looking back on the situation, should not say, "Oh, I should have done something differently. I had sufficient information, and I should have taken choice B instead of choice A." So in rational choice theory, you get a good mark as long as you have done the best you can with what's available to you. Now, the theory is based, however, in belief. The idea that you are going to establish beliefs and that you are going to act according to them. In the next few sessions of the course, we will focus on how to form good beliefs. And so that is going to be our focus for now, is rational thinking and formation of rational beliefs. We'll later on go on to instrumental things, what to do with those beliefs once you've got them. So a few more words about what's required for rational thinking. First of all, you do need to evaluate the evidence. You do need to look at what evidence is available in the situation, and willful ignorance is not allowed. In other words, you can't just say, "I'd rather not look over there," I like the beliefs I have. I'm just going to go ahead with my own thinking. That's not a rational response to the situation. In addition, the use of logic is very important. You want to take the pieces of information that are available to you and put them together in a logical way so that you're coming to good conclusions. You also are not allowed to do what we call wishful thinking. It's common for people to say, I wish this were true. I wish this belief held, and so I'm going to act as if it is. That's not a good enough reason, and that will often get you into trouble. So much of what we're talking about in the next section is going to be about forming good beliefs. And one of the things that we're going to deal with later on is the idea that a lot of information that comes to us is not direct information that we've acquired, but is information that comes to us from other people. And that's going to take some special thinking to make sure that we're not being duped by others. Okay. As part of rational choice theory, we should understand that a choice, in this view, is an action. You are choosing to do something. And that brings us to economics and Adam Smith again. And I want to just briefly introduce him now, and we'll encounter him again later in the course. But Adam Smith was the Scottish philosopher and economist from the 18th century, very famous fellow in the history of economics. He's the one who introduced the idea of the invisible hand of the marketplace. He is the basis of what we call free market economics. And he believed that if everyone had equal information in a fair situation and was to act selfishly, that everyone actually would benefit. It's kind of an interesting and idealistic view of the world, but it has been very influential. We will also learn, though, that he was not just concerned with selfishness, that he also recognized that people have what we call other regarding preferences. And by other regarding preferences, he means that we are sometimes pleased when other people do well. So, but he is the standard, and the self-interest standard is the one that has been so important to this idea of rational choice, that we should be acting in ways that meet our own goals, that help us get to our own goals. So, to summarize, the theory is based on the idea that we have beliefs that guide our actions. Those beliefs should be sound and based in evidence, and that we then go on to take action. And it has that interesting quality that being successful is not necessary. You can be a rational person, do your best, and still fail, but at least you've been rational in doing so. Okay, so how do we acquire beliefs? We can, of course, acquire them ourselves from direct experience of the world, and that's often good. We like to think that seeing is believing, that seeing things and having direct contact with them is a good way to acquire information about the world. However, it's also the case that our senses can lie to us. We can be fooled. There are hallucinations. We can be biased even in the way we look at the world. And so seeing isn't always the best way to acquire information. And secondly, it's also the case that it's just impractical. We are, each of us, only one person. And so your direct experience with the world is going to be extremely limited. And in fact, most of what comes to you will come to you from someone else, just as what's coming to you right now is coming from another person. And so the goal there is to evaluate the information that's coming to you from someone else. We do need experts. We do often want to know whether an expert knows what they're talking about and can be trusted to give us good information. But there's also a lot of non-expert information that comes to us, and we need to be able to evaluate that as well. So how do we judge these things? Well, before we get too far into it, and we will talk much more about how to evaluate the claims of others in the next unit. But right now, I'd like to introduce you to some basic ideas about logic, which is important to that formation of beliefs. Logic is a very large topic. There are whole courses on it, many courses on it, and I don't want to get too deeply into it. But I do want to just give you the basics so that we are all on the same page about how claims and beliefs are put together. Plato and Aristotle, especially Aristotle, were very much involved in the basics of understanding logic. Aristotle wrote a whole piece on rhetoric, which is the art of persuasion through speech, and was concerned with logic in that work. It was very important in ancient Greece that people could express themselves logically and clearly and be persuasive. It was often the case that individuals in Greece had to represent themselves in court. And so the better you were at wielding rhetoric, the better you might be and you might prevail in court. So this was a big concern for the ancient Greeks. We could start by just on a very broad level by being concerned about what kind of logical issue we have. For example, some questions that we deal with are objective questions that can be answered with facts and evidence. Other kinds of claims are more subjective. So, for example, I might say to you something like this that I think everyone out there should agree with, and the statement is, Led Zeppelin is the best rock and roll band of all time. So I could say that to you. I suspect you might not be, some of you might be able to go along with that, but many of you would not be persuaded or immediately accept that. I might even offer factual information to back that up, to try to persuade you to my point of view. I might say, for example, that Jimmy Page, the guitarist for Led Zeppelin, is ranked number 3 in terms of the best guitarists of all time, according to Rolling Stone magazine. I might also say that Robert Plant has a unique and powerful voice. That's also a fact. And these things might have some impact, but you probably recognize that this is a subjective question. This is not a question that can be proven with factual information. It can be supported by factual information, but it cannot be proved. Another statement I could make might be that the Empire State Building is the second tallest building in New York City. That's a factual statement, and we can figure out whether that's true or not. So factual claims have that aspect of being testable. As it turns out, the Empire State Building is actually, at this point in time, only the 4th tallest building in New York City. So when we evaluate these claims, we are going to look at the arguments that are being made, and often an argument sounds like something that's bad, but in philosophy, arguments are just a thing. They are not. It's not something that is angry or conflict laden. An argument is simply a claim or conclusion that is supported by premises. And so our job in evaluating various conclusions is to see whether the premises are factual, whether they are true or not, and whether they're organized so that they support each other. So let's get into this a little bit more. Here's a question. I'm going to provide you with a little logical claim supported by premises, and your job is to determine whether it's valid or not. So here it is. All humans are mortal. Socrates is human. Therefore, Socrates is mortal. probably one of the most famous syllogisms there is, and it does make sense, right? You have the larger category of all humans are mortal. You fit Socrates into the category of being a human, and so therefore he must be mortal, if those premises are true. What about this one? Premise 1, all sandwiches are food. Premise 2, some food is hamburgers. Conclusion, therefore some sandwiches are hamburgers. This is interesting because individually these statements are all true. If you think about it, all sandwiches are food. Some food is hamburgers, that's true. And therefore some sandwiches are hamburgers. Well, everything's true about that except for the therefore. The second statement does not support the conclusion that some sandwiches are hamburgers. And you can test that by substituting some other word for hamburgers. For example, premise 1, all sandwiches are food. Premise 2, some food is apples. True. Conclusion, therefore some sandwiches are apples. No, that doesn't work. So we do need to, in evaluating the claims of other people, we do need to determine whether they fit together well, whether the claims that they're making fit together well. And obviously, in the case of the food example, they don't. In the Socrates case, they do. Lecture 3, Logical Fallacies and Baloney Detection. Welcome back to the Science of Irrationality. In this lecture, we're going to talk about critical thinking. Critical thinking is a topic that is taught in many college classes, and it is a set of tools that help us evaluate the information we encounter every day. Part of critical thinking is the logic that we talked very briefly about in the last lecture, being able to evaluate the logic of various claims and statements. And today we're going to go on and talk about what are known as the classical logical fallacies. Fallacies are, of course, errors in thinking, and there are some very clearly defined types of errors that have been identified, and we will talk about those, some of those today. The other topic for today will be what is known as Carl Sagan's baloney detection kit. Carl Sagan was a famous astronomer and an advocate for science, and he put together 9 points which he says are very useful, and they are, in fact, very useful for detecting baloney and for arriving at good ideas and good beliefs. So let's get into it. We're going to start with the classical fallacies. And as I said, these are very identifiable ways in which arguments are made badly. And there are lots of them that have been identified. So I encourage you, if you want to learn more about classical fallacies, to go online or to pick up a book about them. It is a fascinating topic, and it's very useful to know them and to be able to identify them when you see them, because they're rampant. The landscape that we live in, the world that we live in, is filled with the use of these bad arguments. Why? Because they can be very persuasive. Even though they are not logical and are not sound arguments, they are arguments that can persuade people, and that's why people continue to use them. So they are common types of reasoning errors, and as I said, there are many of them, and we're only going to talk about a few of them here today. So let's begin with probably the most common fallacy of all, and that is the ad hominem fallacy. Ad hominem is a Latin phrase that means against the person. And so the ad hominem fallacy is used as an attack when someone has proposed an idea or a claim or a theory, rather than attacking the substance of the theory, you attack the person who said it. And so you get statements like, Joe is an ignorant slob. Why would you believe him? And rather than dealing with Joe's idea or statement, you attack Joe. Another way in which these are done, there actually are several forms of ad hominem attacks, and another way that it's done is to attack the motives of the person. So you might hear someone say, "You're just saying that because you're a Democrat." That person might be a Democrat, but that's not a statement that addresses the claim that they're making or the idea that they're expressing. And so therefore it's a fallacy. Just because you're a Democrat doesn't mean that your ideas are wrong. You have to attack them on their merits. So that's ad hominem, and it's very, very common. I'm sure you hear it every day. Another fallacy is called the argument from adverse consequences. So, or an appeal to the consequences of a belief. So it is the case that some beliefs are true and they have bad outcomes as a result. That they imply something bad happening. But the fact that we don't like the implications of the belief are not sufficient to refute it. So here's an example of an argument from adverse consequences. If the defendant is acquitted, it will mean the police lied, in which case no one will ever trust the police again. Well, that might be true. That all of that logic may be true, but that's not a reason to find the defendant guilty. The defendant should be guilty or innocent based on the evidence alone, not on the consequences of what will happen as a result. So it's not uncommon for people to be swayed by the implications of a belief into not believing it. They don't want to face those implications, and so that would be an argument from adverse consequences. The third fallacy that I'm going to talk about is appeal to ignorance. I'm going to give you 6 fallacies today. There are many, many more, but I'm going to give you 6 of the most common ones. The third one is appeal to ignorance. So oftentimes we don't really know the facts of a situation. We don't know what the truth is, and the challenge is often just to let things be in that way. In other words, that just because we don't know what caused something to happen or what an event means doesn't mean we can just plug in our favorite belief to fill that space. And often people who have a particular belief will use the lack of information as a way of defending their viewpoint. So, for example, in the belief that aliens might exist, which we will discuss more later on, it is not uncommon for someone to say, you can't prove that they don't exist, right? That in other words, there doesn't seem to be a lot of evidence that I can point to that proves they exist. I believe they exist, and you can't prove that they don't exist, so I'm justified in holding my belief. This is not true. This is bad reasoning. It suggests that I can plug any belief into a hole where there's no evidence to support it. The next fallacy is something called observational selection. And this is where you have a biased view of the evidence. You pick and choose those things that support your point of view. So observational selection might be exemplified this way. Everybody in my state is a liberal. There are way too many liberals in my state. I asked some people at my university if they were conservative or liberal, and most of them were liberals. So this is a real problem, a person might say. Well, they probably chose the wrong sample. If they had gone out into the world and sampled more people, they might have come up with a different answer. Maybe they wouldn't. Maybe it would be the same. But it's clear that they chose a relatively small and narrow group of people, and so we can't really trust their results. Okay, so that's observational selection. The next fallacy, the fifth one, is something called post hoc ergo propter hoc. This is another Latin phrase, and it means after this, therefore, because of this. So, in the world, as you may have noticed, it's often the case, in fact, it's always the case, that a cause precedes its effect. You do something, and it causes something to happen. And the time relationship is cause first, then effect, right? But just because something went before does not mean that it caused the thing that came after. Post hoc ergo propter hoc. So this is also a very common error that people make. And one of the more drastic examples of it is happening right now is in the case of vaccines and autism. Someone might say, for example, my son began to develop signs of autism right after he was vaccinated. As a result, it's clear that vaccines cause autism. Well, the problem with that statement is that it's not an experiment. It is the case that you only have the one case, and we don't know what would have happened if you hadn't given the child vaccines. I'm not recommending that you not give the child vaccines, but you don't know what would have happened if you had failed to give the child vaccines. They most likely would have developed autism anyway. Another example of a post hoc ergo propter hoc would be for someone to say, mink oil is a good cold remedy. I had 3 teaspoons of mink oil the other day, and my cold went right away. Again, you know that the time order is correct, but we don't know whether it's a cause and effect relationship. And so people do this all the time. They think they know what caused them to get well or to get sick. And many people have theories about where they caught a cold or how something happened, and yet we really don't know without more stringent methods of observation. Just because something happened after doesn't mean it was caused by the thing that went before. Okay, the last example of a fallacy that we're going to talk about is something called the straw person fallacy. Also very common in political discourse and other kinds of discourse as well. So this is an attack method in which you first create an exaggerated view or a distorted view of a person's point of view, and then you attack that distorted view. You haven't really attacked their true argument at all. You've only attacked the distorted one, but it gives the impression that you've vanquished them, that you have actually, dealt with their concern and their claim and have knocked them down. Not true at all. So for example, someone might say, "Oh, you just want to get rid of all banks and turn the country into a socialist society where no one has any property and it would be a completely communist existence." Well, that's undoubtedly not what the person said. And by exaggerating the claim and then refuting it or denigrating it, you've actually not dealt with the question at all. So in a case like that, you would want to say to the person, no, that's not what I said. Can you respond to what I actually did say? So those are some examples, and there's so many. I really encourage you to go on and look at others, but this is all we have time for today. As I said, the reason why people use these fallacies, and you might be able to get the flavor of that from what I've said so far, is that they are effective, that people are able to persuade other people with them, and it's not uncommon that people will be fooled. But if you know better and know good logic and not fallacies, you'll do much better. Okay, let's move on now to Carl Sagan's 9 tools. So Sagan, as I said, was an astronomer and a great critical thinker, and also a popularizer of science, a wonderful guy. And so he came up with these 9 things that we should do when we try to cut through the cloudiness of information that we have and try to figure out the truth. The first thing he said is seek independent confirmation. So this is just about getting more information and getting it from different sources. So if someone says that a certain thing is true, that's good, that's information, but do other people also agree? Do other independent sources see it the same way, or do they have a different viewpoint? Either way, whether their assessment is the same or different, it's useful to know about it. You know that it's not just one person's point of view. A related kind of principle is number 2, which is encourage substantive debate. And the word substantive is important there. You don't want to just debate for the sake of debating, and you don't want to just shout at each other. Substantive debate is debate that brings information into the dialogue, where people have actually some knowledge to share and adds to the discussion rather than just adding more noise. So substantive debate is a very valid way to get at the truth. Number 3, arguments from authority are not to be warranted much value. Now, I don't want to be clear about this. We need people who are authorities, or experts, who legitimately have knowledge that they have gathered through good and acceptable means. What I'm talking about here is an argument from authority is to say, well, I have a PhD and you don't, so my ideas are better than yours. That's an argument from authority, where the person only makes reference to their supposed higher status and standing, and therefore you should all lay down and believe what this person says. That's an argument from authority. You hear those quite often in everyday life, and you should give them absolutely no weight whatsoever. If the person has legitimate expert information or expert knowledge that they've acquired in a good way, that's another thing. Then we do give them some credit for that, and we want to hear what they have to say. But if they're only referring to their degrees or their experience, that's not an argument. That's not something that we should value. 4, spin more than one hypothesis. So when you're trying to figure out why something happened or what's going on in a situation, it's easy to seize on a simple answer, the one that comes to mind first. In Sagan's view, and in most people's view who are good critical thinkers, that's a mistake. You should always begin by trying to figure out what are all the various ways this might have happened. What are the hypotheses? What hypotheses can we generate to explain this event? I like to think about the person who has lost their keys, right? Or lost something else. I've often heard people say, someone stole my X, right? My thing, my missing thing. And if that's the only and first hypothesis that comes to mind, you will be wrong much of the time, because there are many other possibilities for why your thing is missing. And to seize on one would be a mistake. So it's important to generate as many possible explanations as you can come up with. A good thinker is able to come up with lots, and then look at them separately and say, okay, of these possible explanations, which one is most likely? Which one happens the most? Which one seems like it might be the most likely? Number 5, and this is very much related to the previous one, don't get too overly attached to one hypothesis. You're talking with a number of people about a situation and what might be going on in that situation, and you come up with a clever hypothesis of why that no one else has thought of up to then. So it's easy in that context to say, my hypothesis is the coolest one, and to get hung up in being right, rather than and supporting your hypothesis, rather than finding the truth, which may be something different entirely. So it's very easy. We all come with prior beliefs and prior experiences. It's very easy to generate a simple hypothesis and then get attached to it. A good scientist, a good critical thinker is just as happy when their hypothesis is proven wrong as when it's proven right, because either way, the proof is all that matters. Finding the truth is what matters. Okay, number 6 is quantify. Carl Sagan says that quantify whenever possible. So we often get into little arguments with each other about what's better, what's bigger, what's stronger, and so forth. And, it gets down to sort of like just a little argument between people. Often things like that can be solved and settled by actually measuring, making a measurement and quantifying what's going on. It puts the argument into an objective realm and makes it so that it's much easier to see what's going on than otherwise. Obviously, quantification is a large part of what scientists do in order to get at the truth. So quantify whenever possible. Number 7, we're getting there. Number 7 is follow the chain. And what he means by this is follow the logical chain of events that are being proposed. It's often the case that someone proposes a theory or part of a theory, but they don't all follow the whole chain of events that implies. And for a theory to work, every link in the chain must work, or else the theory is wrong. One of the examples of this that we're going to talk about later is the 9/11 truth people. They are quick to poke holes in the standard theory, but in proposing alternatives, they rarely follow all the way through to think about what the implications of that theory would be and what would be required for it. So follow the link of the chain, the logical links of the chain in evaluating a theory. The 8th one is what we call Occam's razor. And Occam's razor is a way of saying parsimony, which doesn't help because that's a big word too. But what both Occam's razor and parsimony mean is simple. Of all of the explanations that are under consideration, all of the hypotheses for what might have happened, we always look for the one that's the simplest. If two theories of an event are equally valid, as far as we can tell, then the simple theory is the one that we should go for, because it's most likely to be the one that applies. There are many circumstances in which this works, and certainly in the case of the flat earth people that we've talked about already, there are some criticisms that we can make of the theory of a flat earth that are not consistent with parsimony. In other words, this idea that the sun is a flashlight roaming around on a flat map to make the day-light cycle, that seems a little extra complicated because it would involve some kind of reflection of the light in a way that we don't normally see. It seems like the spinning Earth might be a simpler explanation for why the day-night cycle happens. So parsimony, Occam's razor, the simpler answer is something that we always look for. And finally, we've arrived at Sagan's last piece of his baloney detection kit, is a concept called falsifiability. So this sounds like a negative thing, but it's actually a positive thing. When you offer a theory for why something has happened, it's a more valid theory. It's science and logic suggests that it's a more valid theory if it had the potential to be falsified. Theories that don't have that potential are kind of hard to disprove. In other words, you propose this theory. If you describe it in such a way that it can't really be knocked down, then how do we know whether it's true or not? What's much better is a theory that is potentially falsifiable. We do a test. If the theory holds up, then we can take some stock in that, and we will give that theory some weight. An example of this is Freud's theory of personality that involves the id, the ego, and the superego. Freud made some important contributions to the field of psychology, but this theory of the three parts of the personality is not falsifiable. I mean, you can't point to the id or the superego. You can't measure it. You can't see it. We don't know where it is. And so it's very hard to prove it either true or false. And as a result, Freud's theory suffers from a scientific viewpoint because it can't be proven true or false. So any explanation that makes reference to something that we can't test in any way is a weaker explanation than one that can be tested. Lecture 4, Conspiracy Theories and Odd Beliefs. Welcome back to the Science of Irrationality. In this lecture, I'm going to take a pause in our process of learning about the methods of thinking, and I'm going to go into conspiracy theories and other odd beliefs. And so we're going to look in more depth at a number of strange beliefs that people have and evaluate them with what tools we have available so far from the course. And I think that each one of these has been briefly introduced to you, but we're going to go into much more depth today. There are four of them, four basic topic areas. The first is 9/11 conspiracy theories. The second is flat earth belief. The third is alien visitation or abduction. And the fourth is vaccines and autism. Now, not all of these sound like conspiracy beliefs maybe to you, but in fact, every one of them involves some manner of conspiracy, as well as other interesting ideas. So let's get started. Let's begin with the tragedy of September 11th. And as you, I'm sure, are aware, there are people who do not believe the standard view of how it happened. And it probably is worth saying before we get much further that there are real conspiracies. There are many real conspiracies. So having a belief that something was caused by a conspiracy is not in itself irrational. In fact, the standard view of 9/11 was a conspiracy. It is a conspiracy that is quite a bit different than the one that's being proposed by the 9/11 truth movement and those who doubt the standard view of 9/11. But it was a conspiracy. So we're not against conspiracies as theories altogether. It's just when they're not valid theories. So the most common view of September 11th conspiracy is that it was, quote, an inside job, and that the government either orchestrated the tragedy or allowed it to happen. And the motivation for doing this, which would be a very horrible thought to consider, the motivation was as a justification for the war in Afghanistan and the war in Iraq. Hard to imagine that that would be the case, but that is what is being proposed by the believers. One of the other things that is proposed as evidence for the alternative view is questioning the way in which the Twin Towers collapsed. There's a lot of sort of architectural and engineering argument that suggests that they couldn't have collapsed merely the way they are said to have collapsed by the airplanes smashing into them, igniting jet fuel, creating a fire, and then the buildings coming down. So there are lots of questions about the physics of the collapse of the Twin Towers. There's also a particular side issue involving Building 7. Building 7 is a shorter building on the same in the same area as the Twin Towers that was not hit by an airplane, and yet it collapsed. And the standard interpretation of that is that some of the debris from the Twin Towers, which was itself on fire, caused a fire in Building 7, which caught fire and eventually collapsed. So the Building 7 is often pointed to as evidence that it didn't happen the way it did, that there was instead explosives that were planted by the conspirators and that the buildings were blown up rather than collapsing. So this theory, this movement or questioning of September 11th, I don't want to be against questioning. That's definitely questioning is an important part of critical thinking. But what's interesting about this particular set of questioners is that they tend to poke holes in the standard view, but they don't often propose a full-fledged alternative theory. And if they do, then I think, in my view at least, they get into trouble. So for example, in this theory of the government being behind it would require that a certain number of people would know about this plot to bring the towers down, kill 3,000 people in order to provide justification for a war. It would require, according to the view, it would have required a lot of explosives to be brought into the buildings and set and somehow wired so that they would go off. And of course, people would be required to do that. And it's, suddenly the plot is getting much more elaborate. People who would be willing to do that would be required. Many technicians. And so it seems likely that the alternative theory, if it existed, would require more people to accomplish than the standard theory required. And what we would say about these alternative theories or these questions about how the collapse would have happened is that they violate a number of our principles of critical thinking. For example, Occam's razor, parsimony. It seems as though the standard account is, in a sense, more efficient. It required fewer people and was done more easily in a way than would be the case in the alternative theory. The alternative theory requires this big cover-up, that there would be secrecy and that people would not have come forward to explain it, and that strains credulity too, in the sense that conspiracies often break down or are revealed when someone comes forward to confess that they were a part of it. This theory would require quite a few people, and yet no one has come forward to say, come to think of it, I was a part of it, I feel guilty, and so on. That seems very unlikely. And so again, it doesn't seem plausible to believe that that's the case. Conspiracies and secrets are very hard to keep, as we probably know. Woodward and Bernstein were able to keep the secret of Deep Throat from All the President's Men for 31 years until Mark Felt came forward and revealed that he was he was the person who played the role of Deep Throat in the Nixon saga. But there were only 3 people involved in that, and they were under oath, and it was not, their secret was not a bad thing to keep. They were not hiding some horrible event. They were just keeping a source quiet. So in most instances, conspiracies are revealed when someone comes forward to reveal them. Okay, enough of that one. Let's go on to the flat earth belief, which we have talked about briefly before. As I explained to you, flat earthers have maps. They believe that the earth is flat. They also believe there's a large conspiracy. Obviously, it would have to be large. NASA is a big organization, and there are many other organizations. They have alternative theories, the spotlight for the daylight-night cycle, and so forth. They also have some evidence that they use to back up their view. There is a famous experiment called the Bedford Canal experiment, which attempted to look across a canal, a frozen canal, over a very long distance, and they were able to see that in 6 miles across this frozen canal, that there was no curvature that could be seen. Well, that might be some evidence. To me, it's not conclusive evidence. By the way, the Bedford Canal experiment was done in 1838, so it did not use the most recent technology. But that's a case of selective observation, of cherry picking a piece of information that supports your view when there's so much else that doesn't. By the way, it's also the case that the flat earthers do believe the moon is a sphere. So they're not questioning the fact that the moon is a sphere, only that the earth is flat. Now, on the other side of the coin, of course, we have many Earth orbiting space flights over the years. There are witnesses from all different countries, right? There are astronauts from the U.S., the USSR, Russia, China, Japan, Europe, and Canada. So there are many, many people from different countries who have circumnavigated the globe, and yet, so they must all be lying, or they didn't go, or some other alternative explanation. And there must be this large conspiracy. The motive for that conspiracy is a little unclear, but they seem to suggest that there's some domination of space, a military domination of space, that would be the motive for it. So what I would say about flat Earth in general, based on the tools that we already have, is that observational selection, biased view of the data, seizing upon those tiny bits of information that support your view, are used in order to support it. And Occam's razor, there are simpler explanations for why. And also, they're not following the chain of the evidence. Why, if there's such a large conspiracy of people, it seems like a perfect opportunity for someone to come forward and tell the truth and to heroically explain that this conspiracy has been going on for decades. That hasn't happened, so that seems unusual. I should point out that there are some things that, as far as our own personal experience, might help the flat earthers. For example, we are told, for example, in order to have a day-night cycle, that we're spinning around the Earth at a very fast pace, and yet we have absolutely no sensation of that. Everything seems very stable. Chairs don't knock over, and we can walk around easily. So you can understand why certain pieces of information, if they seized upon them, might help to support their viewpoint, but they are only picking the pieces that work for them, and we do have an explanation for that. That's the problem that they face. All right, let's move on to alien abduction. the facts of the matter. There is no physical evidence that anybody's ever come here. If they did come here, other than crop circles, which were proven to be man-made, they've never left anything behind. There have been no junked spaceships that we've been able to identify. There are there's no space trash that we've been able to find. There is, of course, a long history of sighting UFOs, people seeing lights in the sky and thinking that they can't be explained. Again, of the many possible hypotheses, a spaceship is probably low on the list of possibilities. There are often reasonable explanations for why these lights and phenomena in the sky appear. And even when there is no explanation, it would be a mistake to seize on a spaceship as being the first explanation. And then the third bit of information that is a fact is that people have memories of being abducted. And so what are we to do with that? Well, many of the memories that they have come out of counseling sessions where they are, in some cases, under hypnosis. And also, and so hypnosis, of course, is a state of suggestibility, and it's easy to be fooled in a state of hypnosis. It's also true that memories can be created in the course of a counseling session. This has been demonstrated in the laboratory. Elizabeth Loftus, a famous memory researcher, has done experiments like this, in which she brings people into the lab and has them give them leading questions and sort of coax them along over several sessions. And she can get college students to believe that as a child they were lost in a shopping mall and that a specific woman found them and brought them back to their mothers. Unknown to those college students, Loftus had checked with the parents ahead of time and determined that their child had never been lost in the mall at all and certainly not brought back by a specific woman. So it is possible to implant memories. And furthermore, it is likely that some of the therapists involved in this particular kind of counseling have an interest and may be believers in UFOs and in alien abduction to begin with. And so they encourage that kind of belief. This is undoubtedly the case. It's also true that a number of those memories come to people, or the events that they claim to remember happen on the edges of sleep, either when they are first waking up in the morning or as they're going to bed at night. And this is a common problem in which people can have unusual experiences, feelings, half dreams that occur to them in those cases, and they mistake them for reality. So there are a number of reasonable ways that someone could come up with the memory of being abducted by an alien. And so we're left with Occam's razor. Again, the question of which is the most likely scenario, which is the simplest explanation. On the one hand, you have the idea that people are being abducted by aliens and taken off into spaceships and things are happening to them. Obviously a very frightening and horrible thing if it were true. On the other hand, you have the possibility that people are having hallucinations, that they're not that they're deliberately falsifying these events, but they have over a period of time come to believe that they have these memories and that they were abducted in the past. Given those two possibilities, neither of which is very happy. The idea that someone has been abducted or the idea that they have a frightening memory, neither one is a good thing. But it's obvious which one is most likely. We have many hallucinations under a number of circumstances that we know about, that we've heard and have evidence for, that people can be fooled, can have hallucinations. The other possibility is one that has much less evidence to back it up. We don't have any evidence of spaceships coming to Earth. We don't have any hard evidence of of people being abducted. Nowadays, you might imagine that someone would bring their iPhone with them and make a video of it, but that hasn't happened yet, or at least not convincingly. So it's clear which view should be the one that we accept as critical thinkers. That they have not been abducted, that we have no evidence that this has happened. Okay, finally, we'll turn to a much more pressing one at the moment, and that is vaccines and autism. There was a study done in 1998, which sort of started the whole thing. It was done by Andrew Wakefield, a physician, a British physician. It was published in Lancet, a very well-respected medical journal, and it appeared to show a connection between childhood vaccination and the later development of autism. It started a real panic. Parents who had autistic children became convinced that the vaccines had caused it. The study was later completely discredited. It was found that Wakefield had falsified his data, that he had made many other false statements, and the journal went to the extent of completely retracting the article, pulling it out of the journal, and Wakefield actually lost his medical practice. He lost his medical license in England as a result of this study. But it got the belief going, and it started parents worrying about this. So if you have a child with autism, it is a devastating experience. You have all this expectation that your child will be this wonderful thing, and then you find out that the child has this condition which has profound effects on their ability to learn and function in society. Obviously, it would be, any parent would want to know why this happened and what explanation. And so it's not uncommon for parents to adopt the view that vaccines are the cause of autism, despite the fact that subsequent to Wakefield's study, many much more sound studies have been done, none of which have shown any connection to vaccines. But the scare was underway and got started. One of the things that was pointed to as a problem was a preservative that was used in the vaccines that had a small amount of lead in it. And so parents were concerned that this preservative could be the cause of the presumed ill effects of the vaccines. Well, the preservative was removed, and there was no no stopping or diminution in the amount of autism that was seen. So that concern is gone, and yet the parents are still believing that vaccines cause autism. This theory also involves the use involves a large conspiracy. The motivation behind this whole, quote, cover-up of vaccines is thought to be that big pharma, the pharmaceutical companies, are making lots of money, and that they are in cahoots with the government and the CDC. So there's an anti-pharmaceutical company aspect and an anti-government aspect to this conspiracy, and that parents have been lied to for decades. So how do we evaluate this conspiracy, this last conspiracy? Well, the data suggests that there is no relationship. It's also the case that these vaccines are for important diseases and disorders. And so given no evidence of a relationship with autism, it's a false belief. And the right thing to do is to vaccinate your children. As I mentioned to you, the preservative was taken out in 2002, and it didn't change anything with respect to diagnoses for autism. Unfortunately, it also didn't change the people's belief in vaccines. those that are critical of it. And finally, of course, as I mentioned before, this is the post hoc ergo propter hoc fallacy, that because the vaccinations were happening beforehand and the disease showed up later, people make the false conclusion that it's in fact causing the disorder. And there is no evidence to that effect. The controlled studies show that that's not true. So these are some popular conspiracy and irrational, I would argue, irrational theories that are out there. And they give you a flavor of what we are going to be talking about later in the course. And I want to just say before closing today that it may seem as though some of the topics we're talking about don't have very serious implications. For example, if you happen to be a 9/11 truther, or if you believe in flat Earth, for the most part, you might suffer some ridicule from people for having those unusual beliefs, but there's no problem in your life caused by those beliefs. I would argue that if you believe you've been abducted by aliens, that belief might be creating at least some kind of a problem in your life. But in the case of vaccines, this is a serious problem. We are now seeing outbreaks of measles and other diseases that years ago were considered completely eradicated. And these outbreaks are being caused by parents who refuse to vaccinate their children based on the unfounded fear that their children will be harmed by the vaccines. And there's just absolutely no evidence to back up that view. It's now considered one of the top 10 health problems worldwide is vaccine refusal. And so there are very serious problems that result from irrational beliefs. And as we go forward in this course, we will alternate between sort of the fun ones and some of the more serious issues that can come from irrational beliefs and irrational choices. Lecture 5, Irrational Judgments, Heuristics, and Biases. Welcome back to the Science of Irrationality. Today, we're going to talk about irrational judgments. And so we're back to ways in which we think that affect our judgment. And of course, we're concentrating on the irrational things, the things that cause us problems. The topic generally goes under the heading of what is called biases and heuristics. So far we've talked about rhetoric and logic and also some basis for critical thinking. But now we're going to talk about how we actually reason for ourselves about the world. And so this is a much more psychological topic. And so we're still within the realm of what we would call epistemic irrationality or rationality. So it's the formation of beliefs, coming up with a good understanding of the world around us so that we can then act rationally. So we will continue on this and later get to the instrumental rationality stuff about how we act rationally. So it turns out that much of the last 4 decades of research in cognitive psychology, the psychology of how we think and reason, has been aimed at finding flaws in our network, ways in which we make mistakes in our thinking and judgment. So what we are looking at here is heuristics, which is a word for a shortcut or a way that we can use a rule of thumb to make a judgment about the world. Heuristics are thought to be labor-saving devices that keep our brains unoccupied, and so that we're free to think about other things and deal with more important things. But heuristics often create errors. There's a trade-off sometimes for the efficiency of a heuristic. We also are going to be concerned with biases. Now, a bias is a systematic way in which we see the world wrong, leading to one side or the other, not unlike the way we think of biases in other cases. But either way, heuristics and biases can lead to problems with making errors and bad judgments. So I'm going to start with an example that comes from that's mathematical. Many of the things that we deal with in the world involve making judgments about how likely something is to happen, the probability of an event. We may not think of it that way, but often it is, and sometimes it does involve actual numbers, and this example will, but I think it'll be simple enough that we can all follow along. Okay, so here's a famous example. Imagine that there is a disease which has the clever name of the XYZ disease. And so here's the factual information I'm going to give you, and we'll solve a problem together afterwards. First of all, we know for a fact that approximately 1 in 1,000 people has this disease. So that we know. Now, we've developed a test for the disease, and everything hinges on this test. This is a problem about that test, to try to identify the people that have the disease. Here are the things we know about the test that's available. First of all, if you have the disease, then the test always finds that. So in that sense, the test is always very accurate. But the test also has a 5% false positive rate. So 5% of the people who get the test will get a positive test indicating that they have the disease when in fact they don't. It's a false positive. Here's the crucial question for that problem. You have the information. The crucial question is, if Joe has a positive test, what is the probability that Joe actually has the XYZ virus? The answer is 2%. Most people say it's 95%. Most people think it's a much higher number. So 2% chance that he actually has the test. Follow along with me, and you'll see why that's the case. Remember that the base rate, we know that the disease occurs in 1 out of 1,000 people. So if we give the test to 1,000 people, we're going to get one true positive result. One person who actually has the disease will get a positive result. But given that there's 1,000 people getting the test and a 5% false positive rate, there will be 50 people for whom there's a positive test and they don't have the disease. So 50 out of 100, roughly 2%. And so the chances that Joe actually has the disease is approximately 2%. 1 person out of 50 or 51 who will get positive tests. So this is a case where the base rate of the disease being so rare, and yet there's this false positive rate of 5%, really blows the situation off kilter. And it can be changed by changing the base rate. If we understand that if the disease were much more likely, then our accuracy of the same test would be much higher. So let's change the problem slightly, and let's say that instead of 1 out of 1,000 people, it's now 100 out of 1,000 people who carry the XYZ virus. If that's the case, when we now give the test, we're still going to have the 50 false positives, right? Because 5% of 1,000 is 50 false positive tests. But remember that it always gets a positive test if the person has the disease. So we've just decided that out of 1,000, now there would be 100 people who actually have the disease. So that's 100 more positive tests. So we have 100 genuinely positive tests, 50 false positive tests. Now, for any given person who gets a positive test, their probability of actually having the disease has gone way up to 2/3, to 67%. So when we're thinking about things in life, this is a mathematical example involving a disease, testing a disease, and it seems, when you hear the first version of it, it seems very counterintuitive that there's only a 2% chance that the person actually has the virus. But this is an example of the way in which sometimes we neglect to look at the base rate, the average likelihood of an event, and take that into account. This is a fallacy, by the way. It's called the base rate fallacy, and we will run into it again in other forms that are perhaps less mathematical, less medical in nature. So let me move on to another example that shows the way in which we reason badly using these heuristics and biases. This is a much more clear example, I think, for you. It will be easier than very few numbers involved. But I want to stop and say that this whole line of research, this area that I'm getting into now, heuristics and biases, is associated with two very famous psychologists. One is Daniel Kahneman, who wrote the best-selling book Thinking Fast and Slow, which was about this research, and his longtime partner and collaborator, Amos Tversky. Kahneman and Tversky are credited with having established this area as an area that shows how we, in fact, reason inaccurately. And they are also responsible in a large degree for the launching of the new field of behavioral economics, which looks at our individual psychology and how it affects our economic decisions. So they are important figures in this area. So let's move on now, and I have a different example for you. Listen to this little portrait of a person, and then I'll ask you a few questions about that person. This is Linda, and Linda is 31 years old. She's single, outspoken, and very bright. She majored in philosophy, and as a student, she was deeply concerned with issues of discrimination and social justice. And she also participated in anti-nuclear demonstrations. Okay, so that's our portrait of Linda. Now, the people who were in this study, where this example was used, were then asked a number of questions about Linda, and were asked how likely they thought it was that Linda fit this description. So the first question, one of the questions was, Linda is active in the feminist movement. So people would rate that. How likely is that? Another question was, Linda is a bank teller. Again, people would rate that. And finally, one of the questions was, Linda is a bank teller and active in the feminist movement. Okay, so those last two questions were the crucial questions. Some of the others are less important, but the crucial questions were, Linda is a bank teller, and Linda is a bank teller and active in the feminist movement. When Kahneman and Tversky first used this example in a study, they found that 85% of their participants said that Linda, being a bank teller and a feminist, was more likely than Linda being a bank teller. Now, if you pause for a minute and think about that, you'll realize that can't be true. That is absolutely impossible. In fact, it's something we call the conjunction fallacy. So why is it false? Why is it untrue? Why is it not possible? Because if you think about those Venn diagrams you used to do in school, and you think about the Venn diagram for bank tellers, one circle, and the Venn diagram for people active in the feminist movement, another circle, well, there would be some overlap between the two, but the overlap cannot be bigger than either of the circles. It's impossible for bank tellers who are active in the feminist movement to be bigger than the group of bank tellers altogether. And yet that's what people said in this experiment. 85% said that her being a bank teller and a feminist was more likely than her being a bank teller. Well, the reason for that is that the scenario, the description of Linda, was designed to push you in the direction of her being interested in the feminist movement. That was the goal of it. And by adding feminist to the bank teller, it drew people in that direction. And people didn't recognize this bit about the intersection of those two groups. So this is a misunderstanding of the intersection, and it shows also the power of stereotypes. It is the case that we do stereotype often, sometimes unfairly, of course, for any given individual. But in many aspects of our life, being able to quickly stereotype a situation or a person actually does save us some money, save us time and effort. It allows us to think more quickly and to be accurate without a lot of investment of time. And when stereotypes are useful, they are useful, and they can help us negotiate the world. But in this case, it drew us in a direction that was inaccurate. So that's a heuristic, stereotyping, that doesn't always work well. And that's a very famous example of how that might be. I'm going to go on now to talk about another kind of problem that we have. And this is a problem that will show up throughout the course in a number of forms. And if we're going to categorize it in a large sense, I would say that it is a problem of connecting things that shouldn't be connected. We are a species that likes to make a lot of connections. We solve problems by noticing the connections between things, but we often make connections that aren't there or that we shouldn't be making. So here's the topic now. I'm going to talk to you about the gambler's fallacy. Gamblers we'll talk about them later on with respect to superstition, but gamblers and other people, not just gamblers, have unusual ideas about random patterns that they encounter in the world. So here's the question. Imagine, if you will, that you are flipping a coin that, as far as you can tell, is a fair coin. There's nothing wrong with it. It should be working properly. But lo and behold, you flip it and you get 5 or 6 heads in a row without a single tail. Well, that's interesting. That's an unusual event. And you might, or at least it would seem so. So the question is, okay, now you're about to flip it again. What do you think will happen next? Some people would say, well, it's been coming up heads, so it's more likely to come up heads again. Other people would say, well, it's been doing all these heads. It's about time for it to do a tail, so it's more likely to come up tails. And then, of course, the third possibility is that it's equally likely to come up heads or tails. Well, it turns out that, as you might imagine, if you think about it, that the last answer is correct. That it's equally as likely to come up heads or tails. There's no bias in any direction. There's no pull in any direction. In fact, if you think about it, the coin doesn't know what it's been doing all along. It has no memory of those events. It just knows it's flipping, if it knows anything at all. I've anthropomorphized a little bit there, but you understand what I'm saying. So it is true that we tend to think that things should even out, and that it is true, as you can imagine, that in the long run, if you were to do 100 or 1,000 or 10,000 coin flips, we would expect that they would more or less even out to approximately 50%. And if they don't, then it means there's something wrong with the coin or the way we're flipping it. So yes, but in any given individual flip, the probability is just the same as you would expect. So gamblers, unfortunately, don't always buy into that. They think that their number is due to come up because it hasn't for a while. And they make a false connection between the past events and the current one. It also shows up in other parts of life too. It's if any of you are baseball fans, you probably know it's very common for a sports announcer to say, Mookie Betts is due for a hit. He hasn't had a hit yet today, and he's a good hitter. He's due for a hit. Well, he's no more due for a hit than any other time he comes to bat. The past events do not have any effect on the current event. So this is an error of independence, of not recognizing that each of these events is independent of the other and does not alter the probability of the event. So just because your roll of the dice has not come up in many, many rolls, it doesn't mean that it's more likely to come up in the next one. There's an interesting phenomenon that actually has a little bit of controversy associated with it that is relevant to this topic, and that is the principle of the hot hand. In basketball, and this has been a long line of research, believe it or not. Psychologists find unusual things to study, and one of them has been the hot hand. So what is the hot hand? If you play basketball, you may know that there's a belief that at various times certain players, quote, get hot. They got very hot, and there have been some famous players over the years who are known to be streaky players who would get hot, and what that means is that it seems as though no matter what they do, the ball goes in the net. They can't miss. And according to basketball lore, when that happens, the correct response to that situation is to give the ball to that person every time and give it to them. They're hot. Let's take advantage of that and drill as many baskets as possible. Someone then went and did a study of basketball teams. They had to find a team that actually recorded shot-by-shot successes, so the whole sequence of successes could be looked at. They did a study in which they looked at the sequence of shots and found that despite the fact that there was a number of famously streaky players on this team, that none of the streaks were any longer than would be expected by chance. So this was taken as quite a shock that streaks are to be expected from time to time in a random sequence, but it led to the idea that it was more the perception of that streak as being something important that was happening, not that the streak itself represented an unusual pattern. So this was quite shocking news, and in fact was completely denied by most professional basketball players. None of them, quickly accepted this phenomenon. They thought they knew that there was such a thing as the hot hand and that people do get hot. And so once again, psychologists were poo-pooed and disrespected, sadly. But the interesting part of this story is that there actually has been some subsequent research using more sophisticated methods that suggests that the initial research might have been wrong. That there may, at least in the case of basketball, there may actually be a phenomenon known as the hot hand. So we'll have to wait for more research to know for sure whether that's the case. But what is true and what we can say for certain is that humans have trouble with things that are random. We will talk more about this in the future, but we tend to see patterns in events that are random. We would prefer order over disorder in our world. We don't like unknown things. We don't like things that are uncontrollable. And so it's very difficult for humans to deal with random events in their world. There's been some very interesting research with human participants in which they were asked to try to be a random number generator, to write down a sequence of ones and zeros in what they thought would be a random pattern, and or to type ones and zeros on a computer. And for most of the first few years of this line of research, they failed miserably. The patterns that they produced were much more regular than they should have. For example, one of the things that they did was to have much more alternation. So there were fewer of those streaks of all heads or all tails or all ones or all zeros than would be found in a truly random sequence if it was a coin flip or something of that nature. So humans find it very difficult not only to deal with randomness, but to be random, like a coin. It was eventually discovered, a researcher named Alan Nuringer discovered that if you put people down at a computer and actually gave them direct feedback in the moment while they were working as to how random the sequence was that they were producing by typing ones and zeros, people could, after a long period of training, learn to be indistinguishable from a random number generator. So it is possible, but it doesn't come easily for us. And so our dealing with randomness is difficult. We see things in random patterns that aren't there, and it can lead us in all sorts of odd directions. Lecture 6, Value, Utility, and Uncertainty in Decision-Making. Welcome back to the Science of Irrationality. Today, we are going to turn the corner and move into the field of instrumental irrationality, of making irrational or rational choices. So this is no longer specifically about beliefs, but more about doing the right thing, of taking action. Up until now, I've given you just the briefest introduction to some of our problems with reasoning and thinking and judging probabilities and other things. And I would recommend any of you want to learn more about that you pick up Daniel Kahneman's book, Thinking Fast and Slow, which covers much of this territory in a very readable fashion. So for now, we're going to put aside the epistemic irrationality and move on to deciding, choosing, and acting, or instrumental, moving beyond beliefs. We did kind of cross the line a little bit. We have from time to time, in our talk of gamblers and batters and so forth. But of course, the line is kind of fuzzy. Sometimes the beliefs and actions are one and the same. So the standard for this that we will be always conscious of is that economic standard of self-interest that I mentioned to you earlier. Now, many irrational decisions that we make do have economic implications for us, and so some of what we're going to be talking about coming up will be about irrational economic decisions that we make in our everyday lives. And it is the case that for many years, economists, as hard as this might be to believe, economists believed that we were supremely rational individuals, that as long as we had sufficient information and knew the situation well enough, that we would always make rational decisions about our lives. And this stems originally, as I mentioned before, from Adam Smith, the 18th century Scottish philosopher and economist, founder of free market economics. He invented the term the invisible hand of the marketplace. And the idea of the invisible hand is that, again, if everyone knows what they're doing and has fair information, that self-interest actually benefits everyone. So the idea is that the butcher who offers the meat for sale is not doing it out of generosity, nor does the buyer buy the meat out of generosity. The transaction only takes place because there's mutual self-interest. And this is the invisible hand of the marketplace doing good deeds and making everything work. So this was Adam Smith's idea that mutual self-interest benefits all. It also leads to, and this is something that is an important concept in behavioral economics and in this area of our course, leads to the sort of theoretical idea of the economic person, sometimes named Homo economicus, to give it a Latin-sounding name, the economic person, or for short, econ. People are considered to be an econ or not. So the econ, generally speaking, only makes decisions that satisfy their own self-interest. And so both the shopper and the butcher in our example would be econs. There is a joke about economists that is often told because the idea is, of course, that economists are supposed to be this completely self-interested homo economicus. There's a joke about two economists who ran into each other in line to vote. So, according to this view, voting would be considered an irrational act, because there's the likelihood, first of all, that your vote would have an impact. In most situations, is extremely low, that your individual vote would have an impact. And secondly, that impact would benefit you in any way, that there'd be anything coming back from it. According to the strictly econ view of that situation, the costs in voting do not outweigh the potential benefits. So the joke is, in part, the joke is merely that the two economists met each other in the line, but the punchline of the joke is that one turns to the other and says, "My spouse made me come." So that's a good example of what is meant by the economic person. However, I just want to remind you again that although this is attributed to Adam Smith as being the originator of this kind of concept, this supremely self-interested concept, it's not a completely accurate view of his philosophy. In fact, the book that he wrote first, before Wealth of Nations, that included all his economic material, the book he wrote first in 1759 is a book called The Theory of Moral Sentiments. And the theory of moral sentiments opens up the very first sentence with is the following: "How selfish soever man may be supposed, there are evidently some principles in his nature which interest him in the fortune of others, and render their happiness necessary to him, though he derives nothing from it except the pleasure of seeing it." So this is really an important concept to keep in mind, that of course the self-interest standard may be important for economics, but there are many times in life when people care about others and their own satisfaction comes from seeing others succeed, even when it has no direct effect on them. I mean, the obvious example of this, of course, is parents and their children. Parents, who of course want their children to succeed, but you could argue that there are tangible benefits for the parent in that circumstance, so it's not so surprising. But it's also the case that many of us, care about total strangers, people we will never meet, and so we make donations or we do other things to ensure that they enjoy a successful life. So I think Adam Smith was right about that, and it is not always mentioned that he had this other part of his philosophy as well. So many of the problems that we have in making good decisions, economic decisions, involve uncertainty or risk, where we don't know what the outcome will be for certain. We might be able to judge the likelihood of various outcomes, but they're not certain. And there are a number of problems that we encounter in these probabilistic circumstances. Other times, of course, and we should mention that many times the outcome is certain. If, for example, I have a computer that I don't need anymore, and I say I'm going to sell this for $100, and someone comes along and says, that looks good to me, I'll take that deal, then they are going to know for sure what the outcome will be. I will give them $100, they'll get the tablet, and it's a certain transaction. So many things in life are like that, but many other ones are uncertain, where we invest money and we don't know what's going to happen, and so we have to make a decision one way or the other. Part of the way that economists help to understand these things is by introducing two concepts that we're going to use now. One is expected value, and the other is expected utility. Expected value is the sum of all the possible outcomes, what you would get from them, times their probabilities. So weighted for their probabilities. So that sounds a little confusing, and I can understand that, but take this simple case. Imagine, and this is actually a fairly famous situation, but imagine, if you will, that someone offers you a bet for a coin flip, a single coin flip. If the coin comes up heads, you get $200. If the coin comes up tails, you pay $100. Well, the numbers are in the right direction there. That it seems like it's something you should consider. Turns out, I wonder whether you would take that bet or not. It turns out that many people would not take that bet, even though it seems like it's tipped in your favor. Well, one way that we can evaluate whether it's tipped in your favor or not is to conceptualize that bet in terms of its expected value. So what we do is take the probability of each outcome and multiply it times the value of that outcome, and then add up all of them. So it would be 0.5 times $200, because it's half a chance that it's going to come up heads. 0.5 times $200, that's $100. The other option is 0.5 times negative $100. That's what you would have to pay. So that's a negative $50. And you end up with the idea that the expected value of the whole gamble is a positive $50. So that sounds good. That sounds like something you should do. But it turns out that a lot of people won't do that. And one of the reasons why that's true, we can learn one of the explanations for that reluctance is based on the idea of expected utility. So let's move on to that now. But before we do, I have one other story I want to tell you about that wager. So it turns out that $200, win $200, lose $100 wager was proposed by Paul Samuelson, who was a Nobel Prize winning economist. And so he asked the question, would you take that wager? He said, would you take a heads you get $200, tails you lose $100 wager? And the person he asked was another economist. So he proposed that question to this guy, and the other economist said, no, I wouldn't take that bet, which, by the way, lots of people are in his camp. It's the second part of his answer that is the interesting part. He said, no, I wouldn't take that bet, but, he said, I would take 100 of those bets. And he said, especially if you didn't make me watch while the coin flipping was taking place. So this is a really interesting story that gets at a psychological problem that we will talk about more soon. But the idea here is that the loss of $100, somehow the person is reluctant to do that, even when there's a chance of winning $200. The loss is something that people are reluctant to do. But the clever economists said, well, if I do the coin flip 100 times, the likelihood of my losing overall is extremely low, right? that in 100 coin flips, even if there are some streaks and the coin flips are not entirely even, that $200 win each time the heads came up would probably keep me in the good condition. And my chances of ending up with a loss are low. It's not impossible. It's definitely not impossible. He could be in a situation where it came up tails 75 times or 80 times, and he'd be in trouble. But the likelihood of that is very low, and so he said he was willing to take the bet. Well, we will come back to that. That reluctance to take that bet is something that has been looked at by other psychologists later on, and it is something that we need to understand better if we're going to be rational in our decisions about money and wins and losses. So before we get there, I'm going to talk to you now about the topic of expected utility. And utility is a different concept than value. Value is just the face value of a transaction. That's why we figured out that coin flip was worth an expected value of a positive $50. But this is more about what that bet means to you personally. The utility or satisfaction or happiness that you would get from that gamble. And this is the next stage of what really matters in economics. More than value, it's utility. How much is a change or a purchase or a bet going to mean to you in terms of life satisfaction or happiness? So to illustrate this concept, I'm going to tell you another little story. Imagine that you play the lottery this Wednesday. So you go, you play the lottery, and lo and behold, you win $1 million. Okay? You like the story? You win $1 million, and you are ecstatic. Now, I'm assuming that you're not already a millionaire or a billionaire, but assuming that you're just a regular person, winning $1 million would make your day, right? You'd be very happy. You would run to the bank with the check, deposit it, and be a very happy person, right? Okay, now the scenario is not over. Imagine that you go along, and Wednesday comes up again, and you say, well, gosh, I won $1 million last week. Maybe I should play the lottery again. So you buy a lottery ticket, you play the lottery, and lo and behold, you win another $1 million. And you're just like so excited. And you're like, I can't believe this. I now have $2 million. And so you go to the bank and you put the money away and so forth. Now, this is a very unlikely scenario, of course, but imagine that it goes on for a couple of weeks, and each week, whatever the circumstance, people probably would be getting angry with you at some point. But let's assume that, 4 or 5 weeks into it, you're still winning $1 million each Wednesday. I would argue that by the time the 4th or 5th Wednesday came along, you might be a little bit more casual about that. It's like, yeah, I'll get to the bank when I get a chance. I'm already a multimillionaire. It's nice to have another million, but it was that first million. You know how they say the first million is the most satisfying. This is the concept of what we call diminishing marginal utility. The idea is that the change from 0 to 1 million created tremendous utility for you, was a great satisfaction for you. The change from 1 million to 2 million, still really good, but clearly not as good as going from 0 to 1 million. And each additional million, while a happy event, no question about it, does not add an equal amount of satisfaction or utility to you. And of course, when we're making decisions, as you think about this now, you might recognize that when we're making decisions about whether to do something or not, it's the utility of the decision that matters to us, not the paper value that it may have. It's what is it going to do for us, right? And so I mean, just as gaining $1 million, if you start from 0, is a huge thing, you can also imagine that for a multimillionaire, losing $1 million would not be that big a deal, or at least certainly not as big a deal as for someone who only has $1 million, right? Going back to zero would be horrible. So all of this is about the marginal utility curve and the fact that as we go on, the additional utility of an additional gain is smaller. You may be getting tired of some of these money examples, but this concept also plays out in a number of other areas of life. For example, that first bite of ice cream is tremendous, right? Or if you prefer, that first bite of strawberry cheesecake is tremendous. But there'll come a point as you're eating where you say, I can't actually take another bite. The utility of this next bite is no longer a positive. And so there are many things in life that in small amounts, the change in utility or how we feel about them is much greater than when we already have a lot of it in us. So the idea is that that the concept of diminishing marginal utility has some explanation for why people are reluctant to take Samuelson's wager, this $200 versus $100. That what has to be taken into account in these circumstances is your present circumstance, your wealth at the moment, and whether you can deal with the loss and whether the gain will be sufficient for you. This is all about the sort of psychological impact of using of a gain or a loss, and that's a topic that we will talk about more. But what's clear and is not completely explained by this idea of diminishing marginal utility is that there is this reluctance to lose the $100. There's something about that loss of $100 that is much more powerful than the prospect of gaining twice as much money. So we'll need to return to this topic to figure out exactly what's going on. But the concept of diminishing marginal utility and the concept of utility itself helps us get there. Lecture 7, Irrational Decisions, Anchoring, Framing, and Loss Aversion. Welcome back to the Science of Irrationality. We're going to go on in this lecture to discuss irrational decisions. This is still part of the instrumental part of irrationality. And so I'm going to start off today by talking more about these kinds of bad connections that we make, situations in which we connect things that shouldn't be connected. And sometimes those are very sticky connections. We can't disconnect them when we should. So we are, as I've mentioned before, problem solvers by nature. We are always looking for the cause and effect relationships that are out there. We've been very successful as a species by being able to detect when something causes something else to happen. But often we see things that are not there, and that's another problem that we have to deal with. The specific case that I'm going to talk about right now is the case of anchors. And anchors are where an example of where the power of a suggestion, a specific sort of starting point, gets us stuck on it. We cannot disconnect ourselves from it when we should. This is a concept that was introduced again by Kahneman and Tversky, the two psychologists who are so important to behavioral economics. And so one of the classic examples of this was a little experiment they did that was quite simple. They set up a roulette wheel, but unknown to the people in this experiment, the roulette wheel was rigged. And it was rigged so that it only stopped on one of two numbers. It either stopped on 10 or on 65. It had a total, circle of 0 to 100, but whenever it was spun, It only stopped on either 65 or 1 and that 10, and that was random. You got one or the other. Obviously, they didn't let people spin it multiple times, or they might have figured it out. So the idea was that a subject would come into the experiment, would spin the wheel, and then they were asked to write down whatever number resulted. And then here's the part that was interesting. Having been essentially assigned a random number of 10 or 65, they were asked the following question: is the percentage of African nations among UN members larger or smaller than the number you just wrote? Okay, so the number they just wrote was random, and they knew it was random. It should not have affected the way they answered the question about the percentage of African nations in the UN membership. But it did. It turned out that when then also asked the question, what's your best guess of the actual percentage of African nations in the UN membership, the people who saw who got the number 10 on the roulette wheel said the number was 25, and the people who got the number 65 on the roulette wheel said 45. So there was a 20% difference in their average responses to this simple question of how many nations there were. They must have known that the roulette wheel had nothing to do with their answers, and yet they were pulled in the direction of the answers. The mere suggestion of any number at all was enough to pull them in the direction of the number. Now, of course, they didn't go as far up as 65 or as far down as 10, but their numbers clearly were anchored by those two numbers. So this is called an anchoring effect. By the way, the actual percentage is 28. So the 25 people were much closer, but that's not as important as the anchoring effect, at least for our purposes. So the interesting thing here is that the students, the participants in this experiment, knew that the starting number was completely random, and for all they knew, that number could have been anything from 0 to 100, and yet it had a strong effect on their thinking. So anchoring is this phenomenon that a number once suggested to us colors our thinking, and we can no longer be objective about whatever it is we're making a judgment about. The idea of the anchor is the number that's suggested, and the process of trying to move away from it is called adjustment. So anchoring and adjustment is the problem. And in both these cases, in the African nations case, the movement was towards the middle, towards a center point, but it was very much affected by the initial anchor that was given. This anchoring effect actually is surprisingly common in our everyday lives. We're not asked every day about how many nations are in the UN, but in other contexts it is very important, and that can be demonstrated by another study that was done that I find particularly dramatic. So a group of researchers set up a real-life situation in which they asked experienced real estate agents to judge the value of a home. It was a set-up situation. They had control over it, and so everyone was given quite a bit of information. The real estate agents got a 20-page packet of information about the home. They went to the home, and they got a chance to walk around and inspect the home. All of the agents had that information available to them. The crucial manipulation was that half of the agents also saw the current listing price, not the appraised value, but the price that the house was being the asking price for the house. And for half of the real estate agents, it was 10% above the assessed value. And for the other half, it was 10% below. So some saw a lower number as the asking price for the house, others saw a higher number. And by now you can probably guess what happened in this situation. The agents were affected in their judgment, even though they had quite a bit of information about the house, so they had every opportunity to make an independent judgment of the value. It turned out that the actual appraised value of the house was $134,900 at that time. The people who got the high anchor, but all of the figures of the real estate agents were lower than the actual appraised value. But the people who got the high anchor, the higher listing price, they averaged a value of $128,750, and those who got the low anchor averaged a price of $114,200. So over $14,000 difference in their price. Quite a substantial difference between the two. And the only thing that was different that they saw was the asking price on the appraisal form. So even experienced real estate agents can be affected by this concept of anchoring, and then the inability to sort of ignore that and to make a completely objective judgment. In the other aspects of the real world, we encounter this problem in the marketplace, in the grocery store, in other places. You I'm sure have noticed that in many grocery stores, items are offered in quantity pricing, where someone will say that you can get it, 3 for $5. Sometimes in those situations, there's a volume discount, where if you buy more than one item, the cost is lower. And in those cases, it may make sense to be encouraged to buy more if what you are trying to do is to get more for your money. But oftentimes that's not the case. In fact, I would argue that the majority of times that we encounter this quantity pricings where they say 3 for $5 or 4 for 20, whatever, there is no discount being offered. It's merely a suggestion in the way the price is given. It's a little bit harder for people to figure out what an individual item would be, and so there is a pull by the anchor to get us to buy more than we actually set out to buy when we first went. This effect is quite. It's been studied, as you can imagine. There's a lot of research that goes on in grocery stores, and so this has been studied, and it is proven to have an effect. It's even totally irrelevant kinds of anchors have been shown to work. For example, there was once one study in which there was some item that was offered in the store for sale, and the sign next to it said, in one condition of the experiment, the sign next to it said, "Ship to the store in boxes of 12." That's all it said. And other times there was no such message. Well, who cares how many it was shipped to the store in? It doesn't matter to us. That's like a whole other story that we don't care about. But it turned out that the mere mention of 12 was enough to get people to buy a few more of those items on average than they would without that message. So it was a small effect. It wasn't like they were buying 12, but it did affect them. And so these anchors are a real thing, and they do affect our behavior in ways that isn't rational. You should probably recognize, I think most of you probably know, that in most states, unless they also advertise that buying just one item is going to cost you more, that if they say 3 for $5, they have to give it to you for that average price of $1.67. So this is clearly a marketing ploy that makes use of anchors. Okay, enough on anchors for now. We'll come back to them later, but I want to now get at an issue that has a further implication for that Samuelson wager that we talked about last time, gets a little bit more towards a fuller explanation of why people are reluctant to take a bet where they might win $200 on a head and lose $100 on a tail. And this is a famous problem, again, from Kahneman and Tversky. That's the disease problem. And so I want you to listen along and think about what you would do given the choice I'm about to give you. Okay. Imagine that the U.S. is preparing for the outbreak of a new disease, which is expected to kill 600 people. 2 alternative programs to combat the disease have been proposed. Assuming that the exact scientific estimates of the consequences of the program are these, which would you choose? If program A is adopted, 200 people will be saved. If program B is adopted, there is a 1/3 probability that 600 people would be saved, everybody, and a 2/3 probability that no one would be saved. Okay. When they propose this, remember, 600 people are going to die. Program A, 200 will be saved. Program B, 1/3 probability that 600 people will be saved, and 2/3 probability that no one will be saved. In this scenario, in this presentation of the problem, 72% of the people took the sure thing. They wanted to save 200 people. Okay? The second version of the problem goes like this. And now listen and think what you would do. Imagine that the U.S. is preparing for the outbreak of a new disease, which is expected to kill 600 people. 2 alternative programs to combat the disease have been proposed. Assume the exact scientific estimates of the consequences of the programs are as follows. That much is the same. If program C is adopted, 400 people will die. If program D is adopted, there is a 1/3 probability that no people will die and a 2/3 probability that 600 people will die. Okay, in this version of the problem, people did not want the sure thing of 400 people dying. 78%, of a very heavy majority again, chose D, the risky choice, 1/3 probability that no one will die. Okay, so between the two versions of the problem, you have people heavily going for the sure thing in one case, program A, 200 will be saved, and heavily going for the gambling case, the probability case, that no one will die in the second case. The only problem with that is that these two are exactly the same. There's no difference between A and C, and there's no difference between C and D. So it doesn't really make sense that people should switch. What's different about them is that the first two choices were stated in terms of the number of people who will be saved. And in that case, when thinking about saving people's lives, there was a tendency for the participants to want to lock in the 200 that they knew they could save and not to take a risk on the other. But when the same choice was stated in terms of people dying, choice C is 400 people will die. Well, that's 600 minus 200 is 400, right? That's the same as last time. But in this case, rather than face the possibility of all 600 people dying, they took the chance that all 600 would be saved and wanted to do the risky choice. So this was a real breakthrough and a very interesting phenomenon. The choices are exactly the same, but one is posed in terms of a gain and the other is posed in terms of a loss. And what Kahneman and Tversky suggested was, first of all, that this is a paradox. This doesn't make sense. That this shouldn't be the way people think about this problem. But it is an example of what they call a framing effect. And so the problem was framed as a gain and in the first version, and the same problem was framed as a loss in the second problem. And now we're getting at the reason why people might not take Samuelson's wager. And the issue is that Kahneman and Tversky realized with this kind of research and other studies that they did, that people really dislike losses, that a loss is felt much more deeply than a gain of equal magnitude. And so that's why, for example, that in the case of Samuelson's heads you get $200, tails you pay $100, the effect of the possibility of losing that $100 was much greater than the number would suggest. And in fact, Kahneman and Tversky have found in doing those simple coin flip examples that people will not really take the bet until you get up around 2.5 times the size of the loss for the win. So it would have to be somewhere in the range of heads you get $250, tails you lose $100. And at that point, people will start to take the bet. So the framing effect in the disease problem created a situation where the possibility of a loss, when framed as a loss, was so great that people were willing to take a chance on avoiding the loss altogether. And that's why they preferred the probabilistic choice of the 1/3 chance that no one would die at all. When framed in terms of a gain, people wanted to lock in their gains and not have to worry about them. And this turns out to be an extremely powerful effect in our lives. It is called it is called loss aversion, and if you combine the diminishing marginal utility that we talked about last time with this concept that losses are very heavily weighted in our thinking, then you can have an explanation as to why people don't take the Samuelson bet. So the interesting part about this is that it does have an effect on many things in our lives. And so I'll give you a couple of examples of that in other contexts at all, completely different contexts. So worrying about losses, overly worrying about losses, can create some interesting sort of examples. One study that was done was a simple study involving a coffee mug. Some participants were given for free a coffee mug that was worth about $6 on the open market. If you were to buy it at that time, it would be $6. And they were allowed to walk around with it, and they could keep it and sort of, get to know it and bond with it. And then they were asked how much they would have to receive in order to give it up. And they said they'd have to receive an average of $7.12, $1 more than it was worth, right? Meanwhile, participants who were unlucky and didn't get a mug given to them were asked how much they would pay to receive the mug. And they said they would pay about $1.87 on average. So the idea is that once you own something, losing it is much more valuable than it would be if you were just getting it for the first time. Gaining something has less impact on your satisfaction than losing it. And this is what is known as the endowment effect. Once you own something, you have to be compensated heavily in order to give it up. Once it's yours, it has a particular value. And of course, giving it up would be a loss, right? That's the idea, is that the loss is felt more greatly. So the endowment effect affects our behavior in a number of situations, and we do often, they can be irrational ones. We will talk later on about a few other cases in which the endowment effect can lead you to make bad decisions in your life. One would argue that the decision to not sell the mug for less than $7 might be a bad decision, but that's trivial compared to some of the things we're going to be talking about later on. But the basic idea here is that Kahneman and Tversky discovered a really important thing, that losses hurt us more than gains of the equal size make us feel good. And this is an important aspect of behavioral economics that affects our behavior in many contexts. Lecture 8, Two Brains, Dual Process Theory. Welcome back to the Science of Irrationality. Today we're going to talk about a way of thinking about all these errors, these cognitive errors that we are realizing that we make from time to time. And so I'm going to give you an overview of something that is itself a heuristic. It's a metaphor for something that seems to be happening in our reasoning. And it's called the dual processing theory. And it comes under the label of System 1 and System 2. Very clever names, aren't they? System 1 and System 2. Basically, this theory, this dual processing theory, suggests that we are at all times of two minds. And keep in mind, this is just a metaphor. It's just a way of thinking about this, but it helps a little bit in understanding. So we have two minds, both operating simultaneously. System 1 deals with certain kinds of problems. It is a quick-acting, intuitive system, emotional, and when it's engaged, we have no real sense of effort involved or concentration. It just goes on its own. System 2, on the other hand, deals with problems more deliberately. You have a sense of effort involved. It's what we use when we do mental calculations or try to figure something out. So it is effortful, requires attention and concentration. And one of the things that particularly interesting for us in this course is that at times, first of all, it's true that System 1 in particular is prone to making mistakes, as we will see, but also that the two systems, System 1 and System 2, can be in conflict with each other and have to sort of fight it out. And those are particularly interesting cases. And we'll talk about those as we go on. So, System 1 activities, just so that you get a sense of what how this framework works. System 1 would be involved in some of the following activities, such as if you meet some people you've never met before, and you want to determine who appears to be the friendliest of the group. It would be System 1 that does that. If you're reading words on a billboard, as they're going by, something that is almost automatic, it is pretty much automatic for most of us. It's almost impossible not to read them if you're looking in that direction. If you're solving a problem like 2 plus 2, right? It doesn't take any figuring to come up with the right answer. Generally, we all know the answer is 5. No, I'm just kidding, 4. Driving also, this is a common example, is driving down a familiar road when there's no traffic. Again, it's almost automatic. It does not require mental effort. Sometimes we forget we've even done it when we arrive at work. And then simple perceptual things like judging which line is longer than another line and so on. So all of those things would be System 1 activities, and you can see that some of them have an emotional component, some of them are just automatic, but they don't require a lot of effort. In contrast, System 2 activities would be things like, if I were to ask you, instead of 2 plus 2 equals, if I were to ask you, what is 24 times 17? Now, that's probably not something that's been memorized and would require some calculation. The answer is 408. But it is something that requires that System 2 part of our brain. I don't want to say brain, actually, part of us. We don't know exactly where it is. It's probably in the brain somewhere, but I don't want to give it a physical location, really. Other System 2 activities might be things like searching your memory for a person's name, something that I have to do more often these days. Counting the number of people in a photograph. Counting is a sort of deliberate task that involves memory and so forth. And then a driving example that isn't automatic, parking a car in a tight space. You would be required to think about what the next thing to do would be and how that would work out. So this is the basic framework of this dual processing model or theory, and we're going to be now able to look back on some of the things we've talked about in this course and see how they fit into this framework and have a sort of understanding of them. And we will use it for some new things going forward too. So it is a useful heuristic. I don't want to give it the status of a physical object, but it is a useful way to think about these things that we do. According to the theory, the goal for System 1 is to save labor. One of the things that it is often thought in cognitive psychology is that we have sort of limited capacity, and by that, limited capacities of concentration and effort and being able to do things. And so therefore, if some things can be put on the back burner and be automatic, then that allows the rest of the brain to be free to do the tougher stuff and saves energy. So System 1 activities are quick and relatively easy, and they do employ heuristics. They do employ shortcuts and rules of thumb that may not work in every circumstance, but work often enough to be useful. System 2 includes all of the great powers of human reason and rationality. Everything that we've ever accomplished as an engineering or artistic achievement has required some input from System 2, in some cases, tremendous input of System 2. But System 1, we have to watch out for. System 1, for all of its benefits, is capable of errors and mistakes. And so we keep our eyes out for that. Now, looking back, we can point to Linda the bank teller, that problem from the 5th lecture. Here's a case where stereotyping was used as a heuristic, and with the clever wording of a question and a problem, we were moved to make a poor judgment. If System 2 had been engaged more fully from the beginning, we might have caught the inconsistency of our answers in that case, that the bank teller category has to be larger by definition than the bank teller who is also a feminist category. That one by definition must be much smaller, and yet we miss that. That circumstance is called a representativeness heuristic. Kahneman and Tversky gave it a name. The Linda is the bank teller problem is a case where we felt as though she was that being a feminist was more representative of someone with that description that she was given. And so we do make judgments of specific cases on whether or not they are representative of what we think the whole should be, and that can get us into trouble. One way of thinking about the 5 or 6 heads flipped in a row problem is that we know what is supposed to be representative of a random coin flip. And what we know about it is simply that it's supposed to be even 50-50, right? Equally likely. What we fail to understand, and is a little bit more complicated point, is that there will be many times when it deviates from that. It's unrealistic to expect that a short sequence of coin flips will be representative of what we know the whole of many coin flips to be. That's a mistake. And I don't think that humans normally, most of us have enough experience with long sequences of truly random events to be able to recognize that there are fluctuations, there are long sequences of tails and heads in any random process. And so we expect them to be even. As I mentioned to you in a previous unit, when people were asked whether or not they could create a random sequence, and they wrote down heads and tails, they had trouble doing it because they expected short sequences to alternate. And so they alternated much more rapidly in their attempts to make a random sequence than actually happens in nature. And so that representative heuristic can work in some cases, but these are examples where it can be a mistake. The gambler's fallacy, also based on this random alternation idea, is another example of that. Another heuristic that we can talk about that falls into this system one thinking is a simple way of judging the likelihood of an event, and it's called the availability heuristic. It's another system one activity. It's a heuristic, so it's a system one activity, and it's about judging the probability of an event on the basis of our ability to recall it. When it's called the availability heuristic, what they're talking about is the idea that it's available to you in memory when you think back about it. And if you're going to judge probability based on how well you recall examples of that event, then it better be the case that the examples have been presented to you in an unbiased fashion, or else you're in trouble. So consider the example of air travel. Many people are afraid to fly. I have friends who are afraid to fly. Yet they get in their car every day and they drive around. And as we all know, your likelihood of dying in a car accident is much greater than it is in an airplane accident. Now, there may be other reasons why people are fearful of flying and less so of driving. But it's clear that one of the problems is the availability heuristic. When someone dies in a car crash, it is not news. Typically speaking, it does not end up in the news. If we know the person, we may hear about it, but it's not going to be in the newspapers. Meanwhile, in contrast, if an airplane falls out of the sky, it is going to be covered by news media all over. And so those cases are not missed. We are given a very biased presentation of those two kinds of problems in transportation. And so when people get on airplanes, it's easy to remember that the crashes that you've heard about. When you get in your car to go to the grocery store, there's very little memory of any accidents. Now, as I say, there are probably other reasons that people are afraid of that, but that does play into it. It's obvious that the availability heuristic is at play, and it's also evident in a number of other things that we when we're judging probability. So for example, people really have incorrect views of how likely they are to die under a number of circumstances. This is a very cheery lecture today. I'm sorry about that. But a recent survey asked people about the likelihood of their dying a violent death in their state. And the options given were suicide by firearm, homicide by firearm, murder by firearm, or suicide by non-firearm means, or homicide by non-firearm. So there were four choices: two involving firearms, and two involving suicide, two involving homicide. Given those four choices, it turned out that only 13.5% of Americans could correctly identify the most likely form of violent death in their state. 13%. It's not very good. And the reason for that, of course, is that suicides are about twice as likely as homicides in this country. And suicide by firearm is typically the most common form of violent death because suicides by firearm are very lethal. And the problem with judging that likelihood based on what you know and have seen is that, of course, those events are not presented in an unbiased fashion to us. Homicides are news. Homicides have a culprit who needs to be tracked down and justice needs to be applied. The same is not true for suicides. Suicides are typically a more private event. There's no need to publicize them. There's no fear for the community based on suicides. And so they tend to be a quiet family tragedy and are not in the news. So we hear much more about homicides. We're much more frightened by homicides, and the idea that someone might impulsively take their own life is not covered. In general, when it comes to topics involving perception of risk of various diseases, death by diseases, I apologize. This is a very cheery part of the lecture, and we'll get through it, I promise. But the possibility of dying of various kinds of diseases takes an interesting trend. We tend to greatly overestimate our likelihood of dying from very rare causes, and we tend to underestimate our likelihood of dying from the more common causes. So for example, we underestimate the frequency of deaths by cancer and heart disease, some of the most common methods of death, where we greatly overestimate the rare cases of things like dying of a tornado or a flood or of botulism. And these undoubtedly have to do with the way this information is presented to us and our use of the availability heuristic. We rely on our memories of these events, and that can be useful and good as a heuristic, but it relies on the information being presented to you in the first place in an unbiased fashion, which it often isn't. Okay, so System 1 can create problems for us, the heuristics that we use. We have errors in judgment. Sometimes it works well. Often it works well, and that's why we continue to use it. But it does rely on certain things, such as availability relies on unbiased exposure to the data. System 2, of course, would prefer to have the actual base rates of events and know the numbers and do the calculations in order to be able to solve the problem. I want to point out that anchoring systems also are a kind of System 1 activity. Many of the tasks involved are System 2, in the sense that we're deliberately trying to adjust away from it, but the placing of the initial anchor is a System 1 kind of problem. And it takes a lot of work to work against it. So this is the case of the real estate assessment, where a number was given and the realtors had trouble adjusting away from it, and things of that nature. I'm going to talk about another kind of problem that we have, a heuristic or bias that we have, which involves money. And this is one actually well known to economists, and it's called the sunk cost problem. And this is, again, a kind of a mental accounting problem. And the same kind of problem of connecting things that probably shouldn't be connected to each other, and being affected by things that we should put aside. So the idea of sunk cost can be illustrated with this classic case. I want to have you listen to the problem, and then you can answer what you would do in this situation. Problem 1. As you are going to, by the way, the setup is that you're going to the theater, you're going to see some show, and here's the crucial part of the question right here. As you enter the theater, you discover that you've lost a $20 bill. In this case, you haven't bought the ticket ahead of time. Would you still buy the $20 ticket to see the show? So you haven't purchased a ticket yet. It's going to cost $20. As you're going, you look in your wallet and you realize that you're missing $20. You've lost it. Would you still buy a ticket? I think that in that case, in a situation like this, about 90% of people say yes, they still go ahead and buy the ticket. The two are not connected. It's a shame. It's too bad, and it's an equal amount to the ticket cost. But that's not going to change my thinking. In the second version of the problem, you have purchased your ticket in advance. You arrive, as you enter the theater, you discover that you've lost your ticket. There are still seats available. Would you now go ahead and spend $20 to buy a second ticket to replace the lost one and go to the movie or whatever it is, the theater? In this case, many fewer people said they would buy the ticket. 46% in one version of this story said they would buy the second ticket. You should recognize that now that you've heard the two, that from a financial point of view, they're exactly the same situation. You're out $40 no matter what, but the problem is the reason why people were reluctant to go to the theater that they probably would very much enjoy just as much is that suddenly the loss of the ticket is connected with the purchase of the new ticket. And so it is as if the ticket costs $40. Clearly, the person in the first version of the scenario doesn't have any sense that the ticket costs $40. They have correctly not connected it. And the principle of sunk costs suggests that neither person should connect the two. Once you've spent $20, whether it's on a ticket or in losing it, that money is gone. And so it's not relevant to your decision going forward. The only thing that should affect your decision going forward is whether you want to make that transaction or not. And so the very fact that there would be a shift in the percentage of people who would go forward based on these two scenarios indicates that there's a problem, that the people who said no in the lost ticket case were worrying about sunk costs. So this is a common problem, and it does cause a difficulty in real life. I will give you examples of this, but it has long been thought that by economists long ago, as well as behavioral economists more recently, that you should not allow costs that are gone and can't be returned to affect your decision making in the future. It's a tough thing to do in certain circumstances. We're all human, and we can understand. We make connections, sometimes connections that we shouldn't, but it is true. So these are some examples of things that come from our dual processing makeup, and so this will help us going forward because I think you can recognize that there are errors that System 1 makes, and that System 2 is better at doing the right thing, but requires more effort and sometimes does not engage in and of itself. So we have to do that. And as we will see, there are times when we are literally of two minds, where both the systems are pulling at us at the same time. And I think you can see that, just to make that a little clearer, I think you can see that if you go all the way back to the beginning of the course, when we talked about the strawberry cheesecake example of should I or shouldn't I, eat that cheesecake, and also the case of changing the doctor's appointment on Friday the 13th, that the two systems are operating at the same time and pulling you in different directions, and it's hard to know what to do. Lecture 9, Delay Discounting and Self-Control. Welcome back to the Science of Irrationality. Today I'm going to be talking about economic irrationality, and so we are into the instrumental rationalities section. We're now beyond belief and into actions that are irrational. So I'm going to start by having you think about a little choice that I'm going to offer you. This is imaginary. I'm sorry to say there's no real money involved. But imagine, if you will, that I'm holding two envelopes. And one of them contains $20, and the other one contains $25. And I'm going to give you the choice. You can choose which envelope you want. It's too bad that this can only be imaginary, but I'm guessing that unless I'm mistaken, you will want the envelope with $25 in it. In fact, if you don't want the envelope with $25 in it, I'm a little concerned about you. But that's not where the problem ends. So I'm now going to change the question and ask you again. What if I have two envelopes? One has $20 and the other $25. But if you choose the envelope with $25 in it, you won't get it until next week. You can have the $20 now, but if you want the $25, you have to wait until next week. And the way I normally do this is to gradually extend out the time, 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. And at some point, usually around the 2-week mark, people who are asked this question say, what the heck, just give me the $20 now. I don't want to wait for the $25 2 weeks from now. So having established that crossover point, I then go on and say, well, what if they're both out in the future? What if you now have to wait 2 weeks for the $20 and 4 weeks for the $25, holding that distance between them constant? Or, for example, 10 weeks for the $20 and 12 weeks for the $25. At some point, people usually cross over again. Neither amount of money is going to be coming to them soon, so they say, I might as well just go for the larger amount. That seems like the right thing to do. And so this is an interesting little problem that involves what we call delayed discounting. It is the case that economists for a long time have understood that money that is delayed is discounted or valued less than money that is immediate. Obviously, money that you have now, you can do something with now, and delayed money is of less value. The interesting part of my little envelope scenario is that although it's the case that economists have long thought that money that was delayed was of less value, they did not predict the kind of crossing over that is common in this experiment. And by the way, if you did cross over or didn't, or if you're not convinced by this, I can tell you that this kind of experiment with delayed amounts of money has been done many, many times, and the crossing over, what we now refer to as a double reversal effect, happens very, very reliably. So people do change their choices in this kind of a problem based on the delays that are involved. And the interesting thing is that according to standard economic theory, that shouldn't happen. Even though they recognize that delays do discount money, the standard view for many years did not predict that people would switch their preferences in the way that I described in this problem. But obviously they do. The reason for this has to do with the function or the curve involved in that discounting operation. So it was believed initially by economists that the curve was an exponential curve, and I'm not going to get into a lot of mathematics here so you don't have to worry about that. But the exponential curve is the one that is used in compound interest, for example, in banking accounts and for other sort of things. And so it seemed natural that the exponential curve would be the one that described this downward value of delayed rewards. And one of the wonderful things, at least for the economists, was that exponential curves don't cross over. So if you prefer the $25 Initially, you should also prefer it when it's delayed over the $20. But when it was discovered that these crossings over happened, it was hard for economists to explain. I should point out that my example involved money and delays, but this also happens in many other contexts, that you get this kind of crossing over. One example that has been used by the psychologist Howard Rachlin is the example of Archie Goodwin's alarm clock. So Archie Goodwin, in case you don't know, is a character from the Rex Stout Nero Wolfe mystery series, a series of mystery books. And so Archie Goodwin was his sidekick and sort of a rough character. And he had a philosophy about alarm clocks in which he said, the trouble with an alarm clock is that it seems sensible when you set it, and it seems absurd when it goes off. So that sort of characterizes this problem of things at a distance look different than they do close up. And so when you're setting the alarm clock and the act of getting up is off in the distance, it seems reasonable, and it seems like you would value getting up more than continuing to sleep at that point. But when the time comes for the alarm clock to go off, that preference switches for many people. I know it does for me from time to time. And so the idea of getting up has changed. The value, the immediacy of sleep is very powerful in that context. And by the way, that causes problems with snooze buttons that end up being punched quite often. Another example that is more like the money example is one that I have often used with my students, and it goes like this. Imagine that when you graduate from college, you're very fortunate, and your parents are going to give you a brand new car. And you have a choice between a Lexus, a brand new luxury car Lexus, or a more practical Toyota Corolla. Both cars are new. Which would you choose? In most of the time, the students who are posed this question say they want a Lexus. I mean, why not? You know, it's a nice car, and that would be great. So then I say, okay, but now I'm going to change the choice. What if the Lexus is used and the Toyota Corolla is new? You see the similarity now between this and the money problem. So, and I sort of age the Lexus. It takes a while, but I eventually age the Lexus. When it gets to be about 10 years old and the Corolla is brand new, many people will switch over and say, you know, come to think of it, I'd rather have a brand new Corolla than an older Lexus. And then, of course, as you can anticipate from the other problem, I start to age both cars. So that now you eventually get to the point where both cars are old and not new, and many students in that case will switch over and say, I'll take the old Lexus rather than the old Corolla, even though the Lexus is older. So it is quite common. There are many other examples where this sort of double reversal effect happens, and it created a problem, as I said, for economics. The standard economic theory was that once you make a set of preferences, you order the things that you like the most and then the next most and the next most, that ordering normally should remain the same because that seems rational, right? Not to switch. And for us to be switching back and forth is a little odd. I mean, I think even in the envelope problem, you have the sense that, you know, there's something off here. Why am I switching back and forth? It seems like the $25 choice is the right one all the time. If you imagine, for example, someone posing this question to you every week, right, it would be a mistake, it would seem, to always be choosing the immediate smaller reward over the delayed larger one. So this posed a problem, and it did, in fact, create sort of a conundrum about the shape of that delaying curve, the way in which the value of a delayed reward or a delayed amount changed over time. So this, as I said, the standard view was an exponential curve, and it did create a sort of more gradual decrease in value over time. But in the 1950s, an economist named Robert Strauss first questioned the exponential curve and said, maybe that's not right. He didn't propose what the actual curve might be, and he didn't do any experiments that would determine that. But he was the first one to sort of open the door and say, maybe this isn't the right way to think about delayed rewards. And then the way in which the correct curve was identified is kind of an interesting story. A guy named George Ainsley was he started when he was an undergraduate at Yale. He was interested in learning, and he did a little experiment with rats, and he was interested in delayed rewards with rats. And he did some research, but he wanted to go on to medical school and become a doctor. And so he had to interrupt his interest in this delayed reward thing. So years passed, he went to medical school, and he found himself in Boston, Massachusetts, and he was in a residency there. And he went over and knocked on the door at the psychology department at Harvard University. And there's a pigeon laboratory there at the time that had originally been run by the psychologist B.F. Skinner and was at the time being run by his student, Richard Herrnstein. And Ainsley said, look, I'm kind of interested in this delay stuff still, and how rewards are diminished by delays. Could I borrow some pigeons and do some research? And Herrnstein said yes. And so this medical student came over, crossed to Harvard and Cambridge, and began to do research. And what he discovered was that the true curve for the effect of delay on a reward is hyperbolic. And without getting into all the details of the math, the simple way to think about it is that a hyperbolic curve, unlike an exponential one, drops off very suddenly. There's a much more sudden drop, even with short delays, than would be the case with an exponential curve. And sort of the hyperbolic curve is sort of squarish looking. It goes down rapidly and then flattens out. And what's also interesting about the hyperbolic curve is that when you have these choices between two rewards, one close and one far away, you do get the crossing over of preferences. So this was a big discovery, and it did push forward our understanding of how delays cause us problems, and they do cause us problems. It turns out this area of research now, which is quite active both in psychology and in economics, is called delay discounting, and it relates to many problems of self-control. We often have a conflict between something that is available to us immediately and a longer-term goal. And if you think back all the way to the beginning of the course when I mentioned the strawberry cheesecake example, this person has a long-term goal of continued weight loss and fitness, but they also have this immediate reward available to them, this luscious strawberry cheesecake. This is exactly the kind of self-control problem that troubles us and was very well described by this hyperbolic curve. And it relates to many problems. I would argue that many of the most troubling problems that we face in our everyday lives are these self-control problems, where something small but immediate is available to us, whereas something much larger and better is way off in the future, and we have to choose between these two things. So the conflict between a smaller, sooner reward and a larger, later one. And the examples of that have to do with things like money and debt. The use of a credit card is an example of a way to get something good now and delay the cost of it. And before long, if you do too much of that, you can get into trouble. Many health problems are also can be described in this way as eating, drinking, smoking. All of those things provide an immediate reward, but longer term, delayed negative consequences. On the other hand, some positive things set up a similar kind of conflict. Exercise is painful now, but its rewards are felt later. So there are all sorts of things that create this conflict in us between something immediate and something delayed. And the immediacy is very difficult. If you can have it now or avoid it now, it's quite a problem. This business of self-control and problems of self-control have become a big topic in, as I say, both psychology and economics. We've talked about the dual process theory in which people have this conflict between system one and system two. These self-control problems can be thought of in those terms, but they've also been thought of in terms of a sort of a dual self theory. And Thomas Schelling, another American economist, described the dual self sort of metaphor very well in a case involving an ex-smoker. And so I'm going to read you a little scenario from something that Schelling wrote, and we'll talk about it afterwards. So here it goes. A man gave up smoking 3 months ago. For the first 6 or 8 weeks, he was regularly tormented by a desire to smoke, but the last 3 or 4 weeks have been much less uncomfortable, and he's becoming optimistic that he has left cigarettes behind for good. One afternoon, a friend drops in for a business chat. The business done, our reformed smoker sees his friend to the door. Returning to the living room, he finds on the coffee table an open pack of cigarettes. He snatches up the pack and hurries to the door, only to see his friend's car disappear around the corner. As he will see his friend in the morning and can return the cigarettes, he puts the pack in his jacket pocket and hangs the jacket in the closet. He settles in front of the television with a before-dinner drink to watch the network news. 20 minutes into the news, he walks to the closet where his jacket hangs and takes the cigarettes out of the pocket, studies the pack for a minute, walks into the bathroom where he empties the cigarettes into the toilet and flushes it. He returns to his drink and the news. Well, if you're following that story, there's probably only one way you can make sense out of it. The idea is that the man who had to do something to make sure that he didn't go over there and smoke those cigarettes. So he chose to suddenly go over and get them out of the pocket and throw them away. The way Schelling describes this is that it's as if there are two people. The man who is sitting there having his drink and watching the news knows that he doesn't want to smoke. But he also knows that the man he will be 2 hours later may want to smoke. And so he treats that man in the future as if it's a second person, a different person, and goes and prevents that person from acting by throwing away the cigarettes. This kind of act has a name and is called commitment. And so this is one of the main strategies that is used to avoid problems with self-control. Basically, what it involves is when the temptation is still way off in the future, you lock in the right choice, so that you've taken away the opportunity to be impulsive, to do the wrong thing when it comes around later. There's a classic example of commitment that comes from Greek mythology. It's from the Odyssey, when Ulysses or Odysseus was on his ship with his men and was about to pass the Sirens. The Sirens are, if you recall, these women. They're sort of bird-like women, and they have a very appealing song that they sing, and it's so appealing that in the past, sailors who have heard the song have crashed their boats on the rocks and died. So Ulysses says, I want to hear the sirens. I understand the music is unbelievably beautiful, but I don't want to crash my boat, and I don't want us to die. So he does a couple of things. First of all, he has his men tie him to the mast of the ship and tells them that no matter what he says, do not untie me as we pass by the sirens. And then he asks all of his men, of course, to put wax in their ears so that they cannot hear the song of the sirens. And so this is a commitment device, something done well in advance of the crucial moment that takes away the opportunity to be weak and to go towards the sirens. So commitment is a strategy that is a good hedge against self-control, and there are many things in our lives that we use that are like that. So, for example, there used to be the case that there were Christmas and Hanukkah clubs for saving money towards holiday gifts, and by forcing yourself to go in each week and follow the club rules, you were able to save money. So it's a commitment early on to a pattern of behavior that will get you to the right point. It's also, an extremely important part of our economy in the sense that taxes for most salaried employees are taken out immediately from your paycheck. You never see them, and they are put away so that by the time April 15th comes around, you've already paid your taxes for the most part. There may be a refund, or there may be a small amount you have to pay, but the government gets their taxes in advance. And so that is also a self-control strategy. It turns out that people who have to pay their own quarterly taxes voluntarily are much more likely to be delinquent on their taxes than the salaried wage earners that have payroll deduction. Other commitment strategies involve things like public declarations that I will love, honor, and obey in marriage, and so forth, so that when you are tempted later on, you have this sense that people are watching, and that you will not be. It will be a hedge against that temptation. So there are many kinds of commitment devices that people use in order to avoid problems of self-control. We haven't invented them for every situation, but there are. I mean, going back to Archie Goodwin's alarm clock problem and the snooze button, there is a kind of an alarm clock that you can order that's called Clocky, and it actually has wheels on it. And so when it goes off, the wheels start spinning, and the alarm clock actually runs around on the floor of your bedroom, and you have to get up and find it in order to shut it off. So this, too, is a kind of commitment device, not one that I'm going to be using very soon. But you can see that people have gone to great lengths to try to come up with commitment devices that will help us with problems of self-control. Lecture 10, Practical Implications of Irrationality. Welcome back to the Science of Irrationality. This time I'm going to be talking about the practical implications of irrationality, primarily some of the practical problems that we have as a result of economic irrationality. And I'm going to start with the concept that we talked about earlier, which is sunk costs. And this is actually a fairly well-known phenomenon in both standard economics and behavioral economics, but it can be a problem for us in our everyday lives as well. So it's the idea, just to review, that money spent in the past that is gone should not affect our decision-making going forward. When it's gone, and you should not connect it with anything that you're doing from that point on. The problem is that we do have difficulty doing that, and I can give you an example of a case from my own life that shows this problem, and it benefited me, but it didn't benefit someone else. So some years ago, I was looking to buy a house, and I came across one that I liked, and I bought it. But the story was that when I came along looking for a house, this particular one had been on the market for over a year. And from what I understand, the owner had gone through a couple of different realtors in an effort to try to sell the house. Eventually, I figured out was that the house, as you might imagine, had been overpriced initially. They had priced it too high, and that's why it remained on the market for such a long time. And I just happened along at the right moment when they had reduced the price to a level where I could afford it. But the question is, why did they have the house priced incorrectly in the first place? And the answer was that they had put a lot of money into the house. They had done a lot of improvements. They put in a new room. They'd redone the kitchen. They put it was obvious that when I came along that they had put quite a bit of money into the house. And unfortunately, that money influenced the way they priced the house. I'm sure their thinking was that we need to get some of that money back in the sale of the house. And so therefore, this is the price we need to get for the house. The problem with that, of course, as many homeowners know, is that if you think about improvements as an investment, they're not always going to pay off. There are these people, of course, who buy homes and fix them up and flip them and make money doing that. But for your average homeowner who puts in a lot of improvements in a house, you're not going to very quickly be able to get that value back. And so the sunk costs associated with the improvements on the house worked against this individual. And by the time I came around, the price had come down. He probably could have sold the house much more quickly if he had priced it appropriately. And I'm sure his realtors were probably telling him that to begin with. Another example, this is more hypothetical, but I think it has a reality to it, is when and it's similar to the example of the house, is one where you might be in a position, imagine yourself as a starving college student who's run out of money and doesn't have any food in the house. So you need something to eat, and you look over and see that you've got these old CDs that you hardly ever listen to anymore. But there is a used CD and record shop down the way. These are kind of antique concepts, I understand now, in the age of streaming services. But imagine that this is the case, and so you go down to the store, or the student goes down to the store with a handful of CDs and says, "Okay, I want to sell these CDs and get some cash." Well, if the person on the other end says, "Sure, we'll buy those. We'll give you $2 a piece for them," if you think too much about what you paid for them, which might be $10 or $15 a piece, you might say, "Oh my goodness, that's such a low price. I can't sell for that." And of course, that might make sense if there were a lot of record stores where you could maybe go to the next one and get a higher price. That would be a smart economic decision. But assuming that's not the case, then your thinking about the price you paid for the CD is irrational. That money is gone. You're not going to get that back. It's now a used item, not a new item. And you need the money. You need to eat. So it makes sense to go ahead and take, if you're going to get enough money to buy some food, it makes sense to go ahead and do the transaction. So we do have a way of sometimes connecting things that shouldn't be connected, and sunk costs is one of those examples. And it can affect us in our everyday lives. Another one that we talked about earlier is this concept of anchoring in the grocery store or in other shopping situations where you have a quantity pricing, 3 for $5. If there's a discount, you may have that may make sense to buy quantity. If they are going to give you a discount for buying more, that doesn't apply if you just buy one. But even that can be a problem, and I will describe that problem with the introduction of a new concept called payment depreciation. And this has some similarity to the self-control stuff that we talked about last time, but it's a disconnecting of cost and consumption of a good. If you are, let's say that you find something that you like, and let's say it's ice cream bars, and you like ice cream bars, and they're being offered on discount if you buy 3 packages of them. Now, normally when you go to the grocery store, you might buy a package of them, and you might eat them, at a regular pace. And then you would, when they ran out, you might go to the grocery store and get more. So then you see there's this discount. They're at a lower price than they normally they're offered at. And so you say, well, I think there's enough room in the freezer. I'll buy 3 of these packages of them. And you put them in the freezer, and there you have them. So the problem with payment depreciation is that when the payment is completely separated over time from the act of consumption, of actually eating the bars, there can be a problem. Once you have a bunch of them in your freezer, they can kind of feel like they're free, like they cost nothing. And in fact, you might end up actually eating more of them than you would if you'd bought them the normal way, because the act of payment is now further separated from the act of consuming them. So this is called payment depreciation, and it is a real thing that affects us all. And it also is part of the reason why another phenomenon has become very, very popular in our economy, and that is paying a flat rate. Economists have identified that we have something called a flat rate bias. We prefer paying a flat rate for something so that we can consume it as much as we want, rather than paying each time, an amount of money for each time we consume it. The most heavily researched example of this is gym memberships, health club memberships, and the research shows an interesting phenomenon. Most people prefer to pay their health club on a monthly or annual basis and then have as many visits there as they want. And that's the way I think most people do it now. But there have been some studies that show that when clubs offer both a flat rate payment schedule as well as the option of paying per visit, that many people who opt for the flat rate and pay monthly or annually actually pay more than in terms of the number of visits that they make than if they had opted to pay each time they go. And so they're paying a premium for that freedom of not having the coupling of the payment with the visit to the gym. And, let's face it, it's hard enough to get yourself to the gym, unless you're one of these people who loves to be in the gym, and there are those people, but it's hard enough to get yourself to the gym normally. it might be an added disincentive to go to the gym if you had to shell out $10 or $15 each time you went. So payment depreciation and the uncoupling of payment with consumption is something that we very much like. It is the case that gym memberships, but it's not just that. We also prefer flat rates when it comes to cell phone plans. Some of you may be old enough to remember when cell phone plans had minutes, and every time you made a call, you were aware of the fact that you were using up your minutes, and you might be charged an exorbitant fee if you went beyond your limit. The same was true for texting at the beginning. Even older people might remember that there was, landline phones and something called a long-distance call, which was very expensive depending upon where you were calling and was by minute. So these were cases in which the consumption and the payment were very closely coupled, and they were uncomfortable for us as a result. We prefer the flat rate plans. I was once, a funny story, I was once at a Thanksgiving gathering at one of those, dinner things, and just before dinner, as some people do, we were asked to go around the table and say something we were thankful for. I always find these circumstances a little nerve-wracking. You want to say something good, and do you go for humor or do you go for poignancy? So people went around the table saying what they wanted to say, and it came to a teenager who said, "I'm thankful for unlimited texting." And it got a laugh out of the audience, but it also there's a point to it, that having a flat rate is something that we like because it separates out the consumption from the pain of payment. But the interesting part is that we may actually, in many instances, be paying more for that freedom of flat rate. Another topic that it has very strong practical implications for us is what I will call defaults. Now, a default in economics is the thing that happens if you do nothing. We talk about the default. So defaults can be a powerful influence, and if you're interested in how they can be used in positive ways as well as negative ways, you should really look at a book called Nudge by Sunstein and Thaler. A very popular book that goes into this in great detail. But some of the positive effects of defaults include organ donation plans, retirement plans, and also, of course, as I mentioned before, the automatic payment of taxes. I mentioned this in the last lecture. But in the case of organ donation, a number of countries have adopted a system where by default, you are a organ donor. So when you sign up or when you're confronted with this decision, when you're getting your driver's license or however they do it in that location, it assumes that you are going to be an organ donor. And if you don't want to be an organ donor, you have to opt out. You have to make a deliberate action that says, no, I don't want to be. In those countries where being an organ donor is a default, is the thing that happens if you do nothing, they have enormously higher rates of organ donors available for donations. So it works. People, it's important to ask the question to yourself, what will happen if I do nothing? And if you do, and that the answer to that question is the default in that situation. Another example of a positive use of defaults is that some companies now arrange so that you are automatically enrolled in a retirement plan when you start in a job. That many employers have retirement plans that they offer, and the problem for the employee is that it can be confusing. There are so many different options. I don't know what to do. And the very array of choices that are available makes it so that some people are overwhelmed and don't make a choice, which of course is very bad because the sooner you start to save, the better you will be off in the future when you need that retirement savings. So some companies have arranged so that if you make no choice, you will automatically be put into one of the plans, thought to be a moderate plan, and then you always still have the choice of switching to a different plan or even opting out entirely, but you have to do that deliberately. And this kind of use of default has produced a much better savings rate for employees and works out very well. I mentioned, of course, the automatic withdrawal of taxes from your pay. That's also a default. If I do nothing, my taxes are still going to be paid, and that works out well for the government and for us in accumulating our taxes. There are also negative effects of defaults. So one of the things that we encounter in everyday life now is that we have subscriptions. We have ongoing subscriptions, especially on the internet. You subscribe for a newspaper or some other service that costs you $5 a month or $6 a month or $7 a month, and you forget about it. And so this money is being withdrawn somewhere from your credit card or someplace month after month, and you may or may not actually be using the service anymore. So here's a case where the default can be a problem in that you're paying for things that you're no longer using. Another area of negative effects of defaults, and this is something that you can do something about as a consumer, is paying of bills, the deliberate paying of bills in the kind that you get in the mail. Many of us pay our bills online, which helps. But if you have a lot of credit cards or other kinds of ongoing bills that have to be paid, you might ask yourself the question, what happens if I do nothing? Well, the answer to that question is you're going to be in trouble. You're going to get behind on your bills, you'll have delinquency fees and so forth. So one of the things I advise people in this regard is to try to keep the number of bills that you have to deliberately pay to a minimum. If you're going to use a credit card, use just one. Don't use a lot of store cards and bank cards. Use just one so that you have just that one bill to pay, and try to keep that down as much as possible. It's also useful in some cases to set up automatic payment through your bank for recurring bills. So if you have a mortgage or a rent check that's always the same amount, then you should arrange to have that paid automatically, because then you'll never default on it. And so defaults are an important thing to keep in mind. It also is helpful to have savings be automatic, right? Because, again, what happens if I do nothing? If you have to deliberately move money into a savings account, then it's going to be easy not to do that. As I mentioned before, I believe that some of our most important problems in life stem from problems of self-control. I mentioned health problems and financial problems. In this case, I would argue that self-control is not an issue of willpower. It's not, trying to force yourself to do the right thing, but it's the way that our environment is set up that creates these conflicts between immediate things and distant things. So one of the biggest problems that we have right now is debt, household debt for individuals. And it has been a problem for quite a while, but certain aspects of it are changing now. For example, student loan debt is now the second largest pile of debt that we have other than mortgage debt. Mortgage debt is always the largest, but of course mortgages are backed up by an asset that theoretically can be sold to relieve the debt. The same is not true for student loans. Student loans cannot be, there's nothing you can sell to get out of the debt. And we have a very big problem with student loan debt at the moment. Household debt also includes things like credit card debt and auto loan debt. Auto loans at the moment are also quite high. We have We have $1.46 trillion total altogether in student loan debt, and we have $1.27 trillion, as I'm saying this now, in auto loans. And part of the problem with auto loans also is that they're going through a transformation where 6 and 7 year long loans are not unusual anymore. In order to be able to buy bigger and bigger cars, people are extending the payment process even longer. And of course, credit cards are also a problem. We right now have about $870 billion total in credit card debt, and credit card debt has remained very steady even in the recession of 2008. It maintained a high level and did not dip that much. So we do have a problem with debt, and we learned that during the Great Recession. It turns out that there are about 40% of Americans who say they could not come up with $400 for an emergency. They would have to either borrow the money or sell something. So that's what they call a measure of financial fragility, and it shows that for many people, they are living paycheck to paycheck, and that any bump in the road will cause them a problem. We learned that in a serious way in the Great Recession of 2008. Most analyses of the recession say that the primary vulnerability that brought the recession on was high levels of household debt. Many people had taken out home equity loans against their homes, sometimes in order to pay off credit cards and other obligations. And by the time the dip came, there were many people who were vulnerable to financial problems. And so many of these problems are an issue of an immediate thing versus a distant thing. For example, I mentioned student loan debt. We are now in a time period where 18-year-olds who have never paid rent before, who have never held a full-time job before, and who are too young to drink a beer legally are making one of the most important financial decisions of their lives. And they're making that decision when college is right there, just a couple of months down the road, and the payment for that college will extend, for many years after graduation. So there is this conflict between something that you want right now and paying for it later. It's just too easy. And of course, in our modern consumer world, these delay discounting problems happen every day. We can click away money, buy things online very quickly, and the payment for them is delayed. We can buy things even when we don't have the money, and we get them very quickly and pay later. And that's a setup that is likely to cause problems in many situations. And once you are carrying a lot of debt, then it only takes a little bump in the road. Somebody loses a job. There's a downturn in the economy, and suddenly many people are in trouble. So how do you avoid this? The best ways for avoiding the debt problem are make savings a default. Use a default so that you are saving money all the time, so that you have money when the $400 emergency comes along and you don't have to borrow it. Minimize the use of credit, of course, especially revolving credit. I would also argue that we may be at a time when we need to rethink some aspects of the American dream. The home ownership, for example, may not be something that we should all strive for. There are risks involved. When you need to sell the house, you may not be able to sell the house, and so forth. And also college. There has been this sense that students should just go to the best college they get into, and there's been little regard for how much that's going to cost and the regret that might be felt afterwards when the loans have to be paid. There are many options, including state universities and local colleges that are much less expensive, and it may be important to have discussions with children about finances when they're young. And, of course, it's important to live within your means and live a simple life if you can, and not be attracted by the glittery consumer world that surrounds us. Lecture 11, What is a Superstition and Who is Superstitious? Welcome back to the Science of Irrationality. This time I'm going to change the topic considerably, and actually for the next few lectures we're going to talk about superstition, a specific kind of irrational behavior, and I hope that you enjoy it. It's a specialty area of mine. So, historically, the word superstition has meant something like bad religion. The original version of the word was a Greek word, desidaimonia, which, when it was first introduced, actually had a positive connotation. It meant scrupulously pious, or sort of very religious. Not extremely so, but just, appropriately scrupulous about religion. But very soon after that, it changed its meaning. It was changed to mean initially overly religious and fearful of the gods. And in the Greek world and the Roman world that followed, the gods were not thought to be something that you had to be particularly fearful of. But the superstitious, the person who might be labeled desidaimonia, would be someone who was overly religious, had to do many rituals and practices before even setting out for the day. And this was not a good thing. In the Greek world, of course, moderation was always valued, and it seemed like this was a bad thing to be that fearful of the gods, overly fearful. The Romans adopted the same concept. The word that they used was superstitio, but their initial meaning of it was the same, was overly fearful of the gods. But obviously superstitio is the word that later became our superstition. So it meant bad religion in the sense of overly fearful of the gods and overly concerned with bad things that might happen. But it eventually was used to attack people of different religions. So it became bad religion in the sense of your religion is bad, mine is good. For example, in the early years of Christianity, the Romans, who of course had their panoply of gods, called the Christians superstitious because their beliefs and practices were strange. Now, of course, later Christianity took over the Roman world and converted. And so what was interesting was that the term superstition was then pointed back in the opposite direction. After the Roman Empire became a Christian empire, anyone who clinged to the old pagan gods, they would now call them pagan gods, was considered superstitious. So it has gone back and forth, being used to mean bad religion, until, of course, the Enlightenment, when science and reason became much more important, where philosophy was separated out from religion, or thought it could be for the first time. And at that point, science became the standard, not religion. And so starting in the Enlightenment and later, 17th, 18th, 19th centuries, superstition meant bad science, something that was inconsistent with science, and that is the general meaning that persists to this day. So let's see if we can define superstition. I have proposed a a definition that is fairly broad but useful. And so the first characteristic of something that must be met in order to be superstition is that it's unsupported by science. And so the assumption is that you should know that what is scientific and what is not, and that if this belief is not consistent with our understanding of science, then it's likely to be a superstition. In addition to that, though, typically superstitions have an instrumental aspect to them. So it's not just a belief that's inconsistent with science. It's a belief that you hope will bring you good luck or avoid bad luck. And so those are the two primary characteristics of a superstition. But there are some limitations that I think are fair to place on use of it. It is, let's be clear, from almost the very beginning until today, it does have a pejorative aspect to it. It is not, people don't brag about being superstitious. It's not something we strive for typically. It's something we admit to. And so it's probably not a good idea, for example, to apply it to children. Young children have not yet been indoctrinated into the ways of what's scientific and what is not, and there's a lot of magic and so forth in children's literature and films. So it's not something we should ascribe to children. It's also true that traditional societies that have not adopted Western science, it's not fair to call them superstitious either. They are doing what they can with what they have. With limits for children and people from traditional cultures, we have a basic definition of superstition. We would say that it is typically irrational in the epistemic sense, in the sense that your beliefs are not rational. They're not grounded in evidence the way we like them to be if you're going to be epistemically rational. And as a result, superstition is not typically the best way to get to your goals, although we'll talk about that a little bit more later on. It's also, the definition that I'm proposing is also broad, and so it's going to include some things that that you may not initially think of as being superstitions, but I would say they are. And those include astrology, homeopathy, and also psychics, going to psychics. It is the case that if you simply believe in something like ghosts or that there is such a thing as psychic ability, but you don't do anything about those, then they're not really superstitions, they're just paranormal beliefs. And so paranormal beliefs I would consider to be a larger category, and superstition falls within that as the pragmatic beliefs that you might have, things that you do to try to bring around good luck or bad, or avoid bad. So we can also categorize superstitions a little bit to help us think about them. And thankfully, a psychologist named Gustav Yehoda, back in the 70s, wrote an early book on the psychology of superstition, and he proposed some categories that I think are quite useful to think about this topic. One is socially shared superstitions, and these are the kinds of superstitions that we all know about, like black cats, walking under ladders, the number 13. These are superstitions that you've learned from other people, and that's why they're called socially shared. You learned them as you were growing up. A second category that Yehoda uses is the occult beliefs of individuals. So this is things like believing that there is extrasensory perception, for example, or other paranormal things. We're probably not going to consider those superstitions unless they have that pragmatic aspect to them. And then finally, an important third category that he uses is personal superstitions. So quite apart from black cats and the number 7 and all those common superstitions, are personal superstitions, like the idea that you have a lucky tie or you have a lucky coin that you keep in your pocket. These are superstitions that you have established on your own. It might be the case that you had to be brought up in a superstitious household or somehow have the door open to superstitious belief in order to have even these kind. But these are unique superstitions to you that you wouldn't necessarily suggest to other people use, but they are nonetheless your superstitions. And those are quite common, of course, and we'll talk about them more. So maybe we should ask the question of how prevalent are superstitions? Well, as fascinating as we think this topic is, the pollsters have not asked this question very often, but there have been some polls that suggest that it's fairly common. In 2012, CBS News did a poll of adults in the United States and found that only 53% of those people polled said they were not at all superstitious. So that means 47% thought they were to some degree. And in that same poll, 19% said they were somewhat or very superstitious. So that's a pretty good-sized subgroup of Americans. This is one of my favorite Gallup polls that has been done on this topic, was done in 2007, and it was about hotel rooms. And it discovered that 13% of Americans said they would be bothered if they were given a room on the 13th floor of a hotel. So I thought that was a pretty nice coincidence that the two came together. And in that same poll, 9% of the people polled said that they would be bothered enough that they would ask for another room, for a room on a different floor. So now you understand why elevators, especially in hotels and other commercial buildings, frequently do not have a 13th floor, or at least they try to trick us into believing that they don't have a 13th floor. They do have a 13th floor. They just label it 14 in most cases. A 2014 Harris poll of U.S. adults looked at some specific superstitions and found that 33% said that finding and picking up a penny was good luck. 23% said that 7 was a lucky number. 21% said that knocking on wood prevents bad luck. And 14% said Friday the 13th was an unlucky day. So good-sized, not over half for any of them, but good-sized percentages for all of those. Superstition is common elsewhere as well. I have results from a 2007 marketing poll in the United Kingdom, and 22% considered themselves superstitious in that poll. They also asked about some specific superstitions that are kind of interesting. One of the more common ones involved seeing a magpie. 25% of UK respondents said they, quote, do something after seeing a magpie. And what they did was probably cross themselves or pray or say something to the magpie. And the reason for this, it's not a familiar superstition for most Americans, but the reason for this comes from a nursery rhyme that says 1 for sorrow, 2 for joy, 3 for a girl, 4 for a boy. And it's about seeing different groups of magpies. And as you can imagine, the 1 for sorrow is supposed to be a bad luck of seeing a single magpie. And that's why they do something to take off the curse. 22% of these UK respondents said that they did something after spilling salt, which was probably tossing some over their shoulder. And 24% of adults in this survey said they had visited a psychic at one time or another. Superstition happens. There are people who are out there believing in it, even as we speak. I can also say a little bit about the demographics of superstition. There are not a lot of good data on this, but there is some. You may have guessed that women tend to be more superstitious than men. One way that you can see that in everyday life is if you pick up a women's magazine, you'll notice that women's magazines frequently have horoscope columns or astrology columns in them, whereas men's magazines, not so much. And so there may be reasons for this, which we can get into later, but the women tend to be a bit more superstitious than men in general. As far as age is concerned, the latest data suggests that younger adults are more superstitious than older adults. There is a tendency for people, it appears, there's a tendency for people to get a little bit less superstitious, more skeptical as they grow older. But at the moment, for example, the millennial group is supposedly seeing an upsurge in interest in astrology, for example. As far as politics are concerned, both in the UK and in the US, there's a tendency for liberals to be more superstitious than conservatives. Holds up in both countries. As far as education is concerned, the data is kind of fuzzy on whether education itself has an impact, but there is a suggestion that your college major makes a difference. That, as you might imagine, the people who go into the sciences or psychology are less superstitious, and people who are major in the humanities or the arts tend to be somewhat more superstitious. There also are a lot of traditionally superstitious subgroups, which you may be aware of. Athletes are very superstitious. American baseball players are particularly superstitious subgroup. People in the theater are known to have some theater-related superstitions, like not whistling backstage is supposed to be bad luck to whistle backstage, and not mentioning the name of the Scottish play, which of course is Macbeth. I've just mentioned it. And those are all things that are supposed to be bad luck. One of the more interesting subgroups that I discovered when I got into this was that college students have superstitions. Specifically with respect to exams. They have exam-related superstitions. They may wear certain kinds of clothes to an exam. They may listen to a special song before taking an exam. They may have jewelry or other charms that they bring. Completely unknown to me until I started to study this. Of course, gamblers are very superstitious. If you've ever gone to a casino, especially if you go to a bingo parlor in a casino, you'll see that there are all sorts of charms spread out on the table around the bingo cards, that people have lucky charms that they use. But also, sailors have traditionally had a number of superstitions about their profession, which of course is quite dangerous and may explain why. And there are others as well. But these are a couple of groups that once you enter the group, you are socialized into its unique superstitions, and they're part of the lore of that occupation or activity. When you become a baseball player, you learn very shortly that if the pitcher has a no-hitter going, you do not talk to the pitcher. You never mention the no-hitter at all, because that's unlucky and creates a kind of jinx. There's also some data on the personality of people who are superstitious. One of the things that psychologists like to do is to study personality and how we differ on various dimensions. The most popular view of personality at the moment among psychologists is that we have several lasting traits that we are either high or low on these traits, and they predict how we will behave in various situations and over time as well. So they're thought to be consistent traits. And the most popular theory involves 5 traits, and they are extroversion, conscientiousness, openness to experience, agreeableness, and neuroticism. And so people are either high or low on each of those dimensions, and that's how people are separated out. Other traits have also been studied for clinical purposes and other reasons. And in the case of superstition, the personality traits that have been identified as being related to being superstitious are sort of a collection of things you wouldn't want to have. They tend to be things like anxiety, depression, neuroticism, and fear of death. So there's a lot of anxiety involved in the personality dimensions related to being superstitious. But the good news, as far as these things are concerned, is that the relationship of these dimensions with superstition is quite weak. It's not enough to be anxious. You have to have other experiences. It does not explain entirely why you would be superstitious. So it's not a collection of good traits, but the relationship is quite weak. I should not go much further without avoiding to mention the topic of control. So the purpose of being superstitious or having a superstition is, in most cases, to gain control. If we had complete control over our lives and our worlds, we wouldn't have any need for superstition. And I can illustrate this point most obviously in the case of baseball and athletes' superstitions. It is the case that athletes, baseball players, are very superstitious. Part of that is because the game is so slow that there is time for them to be doing other things to fill the time, and sometimes that's a superstitious ritual. But the most interesting part of this for us is that there are many superstitions about batting, the activity of trying to get a hit, and there are very few about fielding. There are very few superstitions about catching the ball in the field. The reason for that is that when a ball is hit to a player in the field, the likelihood of them getting the ball is quite high. There are very few mistakes in the field. If you watch a game, you'll notice that. And yet, batting is an extremely chancy operation. If you're going to be the best hitter in the league, one of the best hitters in the league, you only need to get a hit 30% of the time. So that means that 70% of the time you're not getting a hit. At the same time, if you hit at 20%, you're actually not a very good hitter. So there's a narrow band there. It's very difficult to hit. It's a much more risky operation. It's not going to succeed very often, and batters don't have control over the situation. So there are many superstitions about batting and very few about fielding. And it is in those situations where we lack control, where there's quite a bit at stake, when we want something to happen that's important, but we can't make it happen. Those are the circumstances in which superstition is most likely to occur. So for example, if you think about the actor in the theater, you're in the situation where making a mistake is going to be extremely embarrassing. It's going to happen in front of hundreds of people. If you think about the sailor going out to sea, there's a lot of danger involved, and it's unclear whether you will get home safely. I want to finish up by talking about the relationship between control and anxiety. Control, as I've said, is very important in superstition, and it emerges in those circumstances where the stakes are high, something important needs to happen or to be avoided, and where there's a lack of control. And I've also mentioned that anxiety is related to superstition. But anxiety can come in two forms. It can be anxiety that's within you, and that's what psychologists call trait anxiety. It can also be anxiety that comes more from the outside, is imposed upon you, and is therefore state anxiety. And so it's not going to be permanent. It'll just be a nature of the situation you're in. And that anxiety can also create the need or the exhibition of superstition. So I can illustrate this with an interesting study that was conducted by a psychologist named Giora Keenan, who conducted a study during the first Gulf War when Iraq was sending missiles into Israel. And Keenan was in Israel at the time, and he noticed that some missiles were hitting their targets in some cities, that in particular Tel Aviv, whereas other missiles tended not to reach their targets when directed towards Jerusalem. So there was a difference between these two cities with respect to the threat of the missiles. In addition, he noticed that there were some interesting superstitions that cropped up during this period. During that time, you may recall that there was a fear that the missiles would have poison gas in them. So people created within their homes a sealed room that was all sealed off, and during a strike, they would run into their sealed room and stay there, just to be sure that the gas would not get to them. Well, a number of superstitions cropped up with respect to these sealed rooms, and Keenan jumped on that situation and did a study on the spot. And what he discovered was he went door to door asking people about their sealed rooms and about their superstitions. Some of the superstitions that people had were that, for example, you should always step into your sealed room with your right foot first. And another one was that if someone's house had been hit by a missile, then it would be unlucky to let them come into your sealed room in your house, as if they might bring that bad luck with them. And these were very common superstitions that were talked about on television and people knew about. And so he went door to door asking people about their superstitions and also measuring their level of anxiety. And he did it in Tel Aviv and in Jerusalem. And what he discovered, as you might imagine, is that anxiety levels were higher in Tel Aviv, and they also were doing more superstitions about their sealed rooms. So the two went together. And in Jerusalem, it was the opposite, less superstitions and lower levels of anxiety. So uncertainty and anxiety are major parts of superstition, and when the stakes are high, that's when it's most likely to occur. Lecture 12, Acquiring and Maintaining Superstitions. Welcome back to the Science of Irrationality. We're going to continue on talking about superstition, and this time I'm going to talk about acquiring and maintaining superstitions. We don't know everything about this, but we do know some things about how people acquire a superstition, adopt one or more, and how we maintain them. So in the case of socially shared superstitions like black cats and lucky pennies and magpies, we get those superstitions from other people. Typically our families or others around us teach them to us, maybe when we were children, and we carry on that way. Personal superstitions, on the other hand, are thought to be a process of trial and error, where something happens that's either good or bad, and we make a connection between the two. And so we'll talk about a little bit about both. But the fact of the matter is that when it comes to socially shared superstitions, we don't know a whole lot about how that happens. Some of it seems fairly obvious that it's picked up within your family, but beyond that, we don't know much. We do know that there are great differences in superstitions in various locations, which suggests a sort of cultural aspect to them. One example of that is the evil eye, which is one of the more widespread superstitions in the world. I'll talk to you more about that in greater depth later on. But the way in which the evil eye superstition plays out is quite different depending upon your location. And so we'll get into that. But what we do know about individual superstitions, personal superstitions, is a bit more extensive. And there are some classic studies that have taught us a little bit about this. One of the most famous studies of all is one that was done by B.F. Skinner, the American psychologist, who's associated with conditioning, operant conditioning, and behaviorism. He was the person who worked very extensively with this idea of learning from consequences, that if a good event happens following some action, that action will be repeated, and things that are rewarded become more likely to occur. So probably his most famous experiment of all time is one that was on superstition. He called it superstition in the pigeon. And he put the word superstition in quotes, recognizing that it's kind of odd to use the word superstition in regard to a pigeon. But maybe you'll understand when you hear more about the experiment. So it worked like this. He put a hungry pigeon that needed to eat food, in a box, one of his operant chambers. They later became known as Skinner boxes, even though he didn't like that name. But he put a bird in such a chamber, and it had a food hopper, so that held grain in it. So the food could be brought next to the wall of the chamber, so that the bird could peck at it, and then it could be taken away. So this was the method of reinforcement, that a few seconds access of the grain, and the bird would eat, and then the grain would go away, and that would be it. So in this experiment, unbelievably simple experiment, all he did was set up the food on a timer, so that the grain was available for eating every 15 seconds, and then it would go away. And the bird had nothing to do. There was nothing that the bird had to do to make the food come, nor could it make the food come any quicker. But when the food was there, the bird could eat. So there was no required response in this situation. But what Skinner discovered was that over a period of time, birds would adapt some repeated behavior that they would do. Some of them would peck at the floor by their feet. One would bop its head up and down. Another one would turn around in circles in the chamber. And all these behaviors were, one, they were unique to the bird. Different birds had different behaviors. And secondly, they looked as though the bird believed that doing this action brought the food. And so this is why it's called superstition in the pigeon. And Skinner's explanation for it was that there was an accidental relationship between something the bird had done just randomly and the food coming, and that had made that action, bobbing its head, more frequent. And so as it does more of it, the likelihood of it happening coincident with the food is increased. And so there you go. And the behavior just continues. So this was thought to be an analogy to human superstition, where something works and we do it again. The problem was that later on, other researchers began to question whether what was being seen in that experiment was what Skinner said it was. Some people suggested that what was happening was that the birds were showing a kind of instinctive behavior, not operant, not conditioned behavior, but an instinctive form of behavior that comes out when food is present. So there was a little controversy in that experiment in the end, but it still was Skinner's most famous experiment. So although there was controversy in Skinner's experiment, other people went on to do the experiment with humans, where the possibility of instincts having an influence was much less. And one of the famous ones was done with Japanese college students back in the 80s. And this is quite a remarkable study. These college students were brought into a room one at a time. They were all tested individually. They were brought into a room where there was a table and a panel behind it, and on the table were 3 levers, and you could manipulate the levers. And then on the panel in front of them, there were 2 things. There was a counter that counted points, and there was a light that would shine different colors. It would be yellow for a while, and then maybe it would turn to red, and so forth. It's a single light, square light. So the students were brought into this environment, and they were told to try to get as many points as they could on the counter. What they were not told was that they were basically pigeons in Skinner's superstition experiment, that the points came on the counter irrespective of what they did. The levers on the table sort of cried out to be moved, but they were not connected to the counter in any way. And the light changing its color also was not connected to anything. That just happened irrespective. The points were arranged so they came sort of randomly on a time schedule. And what happened in the experiment that was interesting was that these college students developed superstitions. They would figure out patterns. It was so tempting to pull the levers that they would pull the levers in strange patterns that would end sometimes in a point being given, and they would repeat these patterns over and over again. And sometimes the pattern would seem to fade away and stop working, so they would develop another pattern on the thing. But so the experiment did demonstrate superstitions, but one of the participants in the study was a remarkable case, and so I'm actually going to read from the study to give you an example of how powerful the effect of accidental reinforcement can be. So this is the account of what happened with one of the participants in this study. About 5 minutes into the session, a point delivery occurred after she had stopped pulling the lever temporarily and had put her right hand on the lever frame, the box holding the lever. This behavior was followed by a point delivery, after which she climbed on the table and put her right hand to the counter that gave the points. Just as she did so, another point was delivered. Thereafter, she began touching many things in turn, such as the signal light, the screen, a nail on the screen, and the wall. About 10 minutes later, a point was delivered just as she jumped to the floor from the table, and touching was replaced by jumping. After 5 jumps, a point was delivered when she jumped and touched the ceiling with her slipper in her hand. Jumping to touch the ceiling continued repeatedly and was followed by points until she stopped about 25 minutes into the session, perhaps because of fatigue. I think it must have been fatigue. I would have been exhausted. So here's someone who is behaving very much like Skinner's pigeons, and clearly not instinctive behavior in any way. Obviously, the college student was probably trying to figure it out, but it shows the amazing power of coincidence, that the points were given at a certain time and that stimulated something in her. So there is good evidence that coincidental events can create personal superstitions in humans. There is also, going back to pigeons though, Skinner did a second experiment that was kind of interesting that showed a different kind of superstition and has some relevance for us in our everyday lives. This was a study that I've called the pigeon with the lucky hat. And in this case, pigeons were put into a chamber, and more like his typical experiments, the pigeons were trained to peck at a little key, a little disc on the wall of the chamber. And this disc had a colored light behind it, and the color of the disc could be changed from time to time. And so these birds were put in the chamber on a very lean schedule of reinforcement. They had to peck a long time before any rewards came, but they did, and they went at it for long periods of time. And Skinner arranged it so that the color of the light would change, but again, it had no connection to the schedule of reinforcement. And so it would change just at random intervals, and it would stay one color for a long time, and then it would change to another color. Usually, I think he used green and blue. So, and of course, pigeons have very good vision, and so this was something that they could detect. What happened was that individual birds began to act as though the color of the light was meaningful. And so for one bird, they might peck very rapidly during the green light when it was on, even though it had no effect on whether they were going to get a reward. And another bird might peck rapidly during the blue light. So again, it's as if they thought the color was in some way lucky or a signal that reward was coming. And that is an example of something that is very common in our lives as well. In addition to having a superstitious ritual that you might have learned by trial and error, we also have superstitions that seem to bond to whatever the environment is in which something good happens. It's, for example, the tennis player Bjorn Borg, who won Wimbledon many times, great Swedish tennis player, was extremely superstitious. And he used to do this thing, which is not unique to him, but he used to not shave for the entire 2-week period of the Wimbledon championships, as if, keeping things exactly as they are, not changing his appearance and letting things just go naturally had some effect. And if you ever recall, he often would be photographed holding up the trophy for Wimbledon with sort of a scruffy beard. Another example that is maybe even closer to the blue and green light case is that, according to legend, the great basketball player Michael Jordan used to wear a pair of North Carolina shorts underneath his Chicago Bulls shorts. The idea being that those North Carolina shorts had been lucky for him, and he wanted to keep them on, but of course he had to wear his actual uniform over the top. And so there is this sense in which the good events get bonded to the color of a light or to some object that we have in the environment when we do well. And that's a common form of superstition too, usually a personal superstition. So now that we have a superstition, now that we've picked one up, if we have, the next question is, how do we maintain them? Why do they persist? Some people have the same superstition for years and years and years. It's unique to them, but they keep it. If there is no magic, then why do we keep doing it? And the same could be true really whether we've acquired it through learning it from others, a socially shared superstition, or an individual one. It seems like they should fade. Well, we move from behavioral psychology and conditioning to cognitive psychology in order to answer that question. And so many of the methods of thinking that we employ tend to act to maintain superstitions once they've been acquired. And that this is true for both socially shared superstitions and personal superstitions. So one of the main concepts that we can apply in this context is confirmation bias. This is a term that has become well known popularly, so you may have heard of it before. It is a sort of self-preserving bias in the sense that it confirms your prior beliefs. It is something that is very common in political reasoning and political discourse, in that two people of opposing political viewpoints can see the same event and they can find that it somehow confirms their beliefs. They pick out the parts of it that seem to be consistent with their viewpoint, and they ignore the aspects that aren't. And yet an opposite person can do the same thing, picking out different aspects of the event. So the result of that is that our views are maintained, that we don't have our own prejudices challenged in any way, and it's a common and very human phenomenon. So what's interesting about it in terms of cognitive psychology and how it's been studied is that confirmation bias affects many aspects of our interaction with ideas. So, for example, there have been experiments in which they proposed a hypothesis, just a random hypothesis about a person, and that person is asked to interview another person and with this hypothesis about them in mind. And what was discovered was that people tend to ask questions that confirm that hypothesis. There could have been other questions that could be asked that would have led to a different answer, but confirmation bias colors the actual inquiry that you make into the situation, the kinds of questions you ask. It also, of course, affects the way you see the data. You see it in relation to your own beliefs, and it colors your evaluation of the data. It also can color what you remember. So again, the same event can be remembered differently by different people, or more likely, you will recall those events that confirm your own beliefs to begin with, and you'll easily forget the ones that don't. And so confirmation bias is an extremely powerful effect, and it happens in a number of cases. One of the most interesting ways in which it can apply is in the case of a psychic reading. If you go to see a psychic, it's often the case that both people involved want this thing to work. You wouldn't pay money to see a psychic in most cases unless you believe that there was some value in that activity. And of course, the psychic has an interest in being accurate as well. So if you go to a psychic or an astrologer or a fortune teller, they are going to try to pick up on things. It's a technique called cold reading, where they pick up on cues that you give them. And if you're interested in it working, you may help them out. You may, in fact, a psychic may say something like, you've experienced a recent disappointment. Okay, well, I'm sure in most people's lives, if they thought about it enough, they could come up with something that would fit that. And so what happens often is that the sitter, the person who's come for the reading, and the psychic become collaborators in this effort of making it work, and they help each other out. Often the customer will provide cues unconsciously that the psychic can pick up on. So in that situation, both people are involved in a kind of process of confirming their beliefs. I can give you another example from a famous baseball player who had many superstitions, and one of my favorite characters in the topic of superstition. And this is Wade Boggs. Wade Boggs played third base for the Red Sox, the Yankees, and the Rays during his career, which was between 1982 and 1999. Wade Boggs was a 5-time American League batting champion. He was a very good hitter. He played third base, and he twice got the Golden Glove, and he was elected to the Hall of Fame in 2005. So he was a very good player. But he was also perhaps the most superstitious player ever. At least one of the most superstitious players ever. He had a several hours long ritual that he would do each time he prepared for a game, and it involved never stepping on the foul line when you entered the field, but always stepping on it when you left the field, and all sorts of different aspects that he had to tick off in his ritual before a game. But Wade Boggs was most famous for a very unusual superstition, which was that he believed that eating chicken helped him hit. He was, in fact, known as Chicken Man as a nickname. And he and his wife, he got to be so good at chicken, and his wife also at making it, that the two of them put out a cookbook, a chicken cookbook of chicken recipes called Foul Tips. Little pun in the title. So he ate chicken before every game, and this superstition began when he was playing baseball in high school, and he just happened to have a chicken meal before the game, and he got a hit every single time he came to bat that game, which, as you know, would be unusual given its 30% chance of getting a hit in most cases. So he got a hit 4 for 4 in that game, and from that point on, he never turned back. He started eating chicken before every single game, and he did so throughout his entire professional career. So this is an interesting case of a confirmation bias situation, in the sense that he believed that chicken helped him hit, and of course he was a very good hitter. So that's a situation that's likely to promote superstition. It turns out that the studies that have been done show that actually the better athletes are more likely to be superstitious than the bench players who are not the best athletes. On the one hand, once you're first string, you've got a lot to lose if you don't perform well. But on the other hand, so if you're doing well, then your superstitions also seem to work. So both having a lot at stake and having the illusion that the superstitions are working would maintain them. And that all applied to Wade Boggs as well. But the thing is that he never didn't eat chicken. All he concentrated on was the situation of having eaten chicken and getting a hit. And sometimes he didn't get a hit, even though he'd eaten chicken. But what he never did was to stop eating chicken for a while to see whether that would affect his performance. It probably would, simply by anxiety. But the point of my story is that we don't really have any solid evidence that chicken helped him hit or not. All we know is that he was correlated with chicken. We don't know whether his eating chicken was correlated with getting a hit. And so this is a kind of confirmation bias. Finally, another thing that we should recognize as something that helps to maintain superstition is a phenomenon known as the illusion of control. And so even when there's no skill involved in an activity, if you do something positive, a ritual, or engage in a superstition, it can help you in the sense of giving you the sense that you're doing better and giving you the illusion that you have control over the events. The simplest way to explain that is with an experiment that was conducted, a classic experiment, in which they brought two people into the lab, and it was an experiment in psychokinesis. Which is mind over matter. They're going to test these people and see if they had any ability to control the roll of a single die. And so the setup was that the die would be rolled by one of the two people into a funnel so that how it landed was hidden from them. They didn't want the participants, as they did this over and over again, to be affected by their success in any way. So they revealed later what the results were. But one person rolled a die, and the other person just simply sat there and tried to have influence over it. And what the study showed was that the person rolling the die felt as though they had greater confidence in their ability to predict what the outcome would be than the person who merely sat and watched. And of course, the reality is neither one of them had any control over the outcome. It is a totally random activity, but the activity of rolling, the fact that the person was making some effort involved and had some involvement in the activity gave him an illusion of control. And so many superstitions have that aspect to them, that they may be sustained by a sort of false psychological feeling that you have control over a situation that is inherently uncontrollable. And that may be enough to maintain many superstitions. Lecture 13, Magical Thinking in Childhood and Abnormal Behavior. Welcome back to the Science of Irrationality. This is our 13th lecture, and it is now also on superstition. So I hope everything works out okay. The topic today, or this time, is going to be about superstitions in childhood. Now, I just said in an earlier session that we make allowances for children. We don't consider them to be superstitious because they haven't really acquired the developed reason to recognize the difference between science and magic. And there is a lot of promotion of magic in childhood. But what has been studied quite a bit and is quite interesting to look at is the sort of naturally developing lore of childhood. That childhood has its own culture. Children interact with each other in interesting ways. And so we're going to take a look at the culture of childhood and magical thinking and other kinds of superstition in that age group. It's also, we will later in the lecture talk a little bit, I will talk a little bit about cognitive development, how children develop, and how magical thinking is part of that development. So there's a lot about children in this lecture. As far as the lore of childhood, the sort of the culture of childhood, it has been studied very well by a couple of people, and I'm going to be drawing specifically on Peter and Iona Opie, British folklorists who wrote a wonderful book quite a while ago called The Lore and Language of Childhood. And they collected data from interviews with many teachers throughout the United Kingdom where they lived, and also in Ireland. And they categorized many forms of magical thinking that were natural to children at that time. Although much of what I'm about to talk about will be familiar to many of you, there is an interesting question here, which is, do children interact as much now as they once did? I mean, this is, of course, long before there were iPads or computers or video games. And also it was a time when children spent much more time out of doors. They weren't driven to school as often. They walked to school more. And there was a lot of free time spent out of doors with each other. So it's a curious question as to how modern life has changed the culture of childhood. But we'll save that for someone else to look into. Instead, I'm going to talk to you about some of the things that the Opies found, which were quite interesting. First of all, and I remember this from my childhood, so maybe it still exists. That children employ oaths. They make people take an oath. So being able to trust someone is always a concern, whether you're a child or not. And being able to understand that someone has told you the truth and that you can rely on them is very important. And so children frequently, and the Opies saw this, children frequently swore oaths to each other or demanded oaths from each other to make sure that they were telling the truth. So in the Opies' case, children often said God's honor or God's word as a religious kind of oath. And sometimes the oath was sealed with a gesture like spitting or crossing fingers. There also are, and I'm familiar with these as well, sort of quasi-legal contracts as part of the oath. In other words, if you broke the oath, then something might happen. And so, for example, one of the British oaths that they discovered was one in which a child would say, "Spit your mother's death." Cheery thought, but the idea being that if you broke the oath, something bad would happen. And I am familiar with this kind of thing from my own childhood. One of the ones that the Opies found was close to one that I knew, but the Opies found an oath that went like this: "Cross my heart and hope to die, drop down dead if I tell a lie." That was the British version. When I grew up in the Midwest of the United States, I heard a different version, which was, "Cross my heart and hope to die, stick a needle in my eye." So in this case, it was not that magically my mother was going to fall dead or something like that, but it was, or that I was going to fall dead. But it seemed to be that the contract was that if I lied and was caught at it, then my friend had the right to stick a needle in his eye. I don't know. I'm not sure. We didn't get into it that deeply. But these oaths may seem familiar to you as well. And the interesting part is the Opis were so good at this that they were able to report on legends of cases that were used to support these oaths. So there were stories of a child who had lied and then was immediately struck down dead. So these truth-telling oaths were supported by legends of people who had broken them. There are a number of other childhood superstitions that the Opis talked about. You all may know about the step on a crack, break your mother's back superstition, which I, of course, learned walking to school, and we all avoided stepping on a crack, the lines between the sections of sidewalk to avoid breaking our mother's back. I never heard any stories about that actually happening, but it was something that we did. The Opis found an interesting English version of it, which was, if you tread on a nick, you'll marry a brick, and a beetle will come to your wedding. And the spelling of that phrase suggests that the beetle in question was not Ringo or John or Paul, but a bug. So that's a pretty interesting version of it. But that was one of the phrases that British children would say on the way to school while walking. And there are many of other kinds of childhood superstitions that the Opis reported that had to do with, again, being out in the world. An interesting one, unique British one, was that finding lucky pennies and four-leaf clovers and so forth was a thing. But in England, also finding a package of Players' Navy-cut cigarettes on the ground was thought to be a lucky omen. And there was a little incantation that they would say, which was, "Sailor, sailor, bring me luck, find a shilling in the muck." Too bad you have to go into the muck to get the shilling, but the idea was that the Players' Navy Cut has a sailor, picture of a sailor on the cover of the package. And so seeing the sailor and saying this little phrase was supposed to bring luck. And I guess this was a particularly common thing in Wales. So Welsh children would say that. It's also true that part of childhood, and I think that adults are, of course, responsible for teaching children these things, but there's a fair amount of making of wishes. And so you may have at Thanksgiving or after eating a chicken or a turkey, have taken the wishbone, made a wish, and broken it as a fun activity after the meal. Also, of course, children are taught to make a wish on their birthday candles. So this is again, I think, enforced by parents and taught to them. I don't think there's any particular harm in that, but it is part of childhood that there are wishes. And also, you may remember Jiminy Cricket from the Pinocchio movie, who sings "When You Wish Upon a Star." And so these are all parts of childhood, which I think go away to a certain extent in adulthood. I don't know. I mean, birthday candles tend to go away pretty quickly once you're an adult to begin with, but I don't know that there are too many adults wishing on candles. Okay, so changing gears a little bit now, I'm going to move from the folklore to a bit of cognitive psychology and especially cognitive development. And one of the most famous figures in all of psychology for the study of how cognition develops in children, how they learn to think in different ways and essentially acquire the methods of reasoning that adults have. One of the most famous figures in that field is Jean Piaget, who was a Swiss psychologist, and he proposed a famous stage theory of cognition, that children go through various stages before they achieve the highest stage of adult level thinking. I'm not going to burden you with the names of the stages and how they're defined. That's not important to us. But what is useful is that Piaget, his theories have not necessarily been held up entirely, but what is interesting is that he was a very fine observer of children. The story is that he was trained to do psychological tests with children, and that he became more interested in the kinds of mistakes they made than in the items that they got right. And that led to his studying child development. So he also identified some sort of naturally occurring, or what he believed to be naturally occurring, examples of magical thinking in childhood. So one category of those was the idea that a child's action or actions, things they do, could affect objects out in the world. And so he tells the story of a boy closing the curtains at his house. And I'll just read a little passage about that. A boy who lived in a somewhat lonely house was always very frightened on the evenings when his parents were out. Before going to bed, he used to draw the curtains by unwinding a sort of roller. He had always the idea that if he could succeed in drawing the curtains very quickly, the robbers would not come. But if the curtain took some time to unroll, the house was in danger. So Piaget interpreted that as making a kind of magical connection between objects, and specifically between this boy's actions and objects, in this case, robbers. Another really kind of endearing thing that Piaget studied was the concept of animism. So this is the idea that you give an inanimate object life in some way and make it into an animate object. So one of the most common ones that he looked at, which is sort of a fun aspect of childhood, is the moon, and the idea that the moon, as you walk, the moon appears to follow you or go with you. We've all experienced this. It's an interesting thing, and it can be confusing for children to understand. So Piaget interviewed children about this and noted that in some cases they made the moon into an animate object that could move and do things. So here's a little dialogue that between an adult questioner and a young child about the movements of the moon. It goes like this. Does the moon move or not? It follows us. Why? When we go, it goes. What makes it move? We do. How? When we walk, it goes by itself. So that last sentence, it goes by itself, demonstrates this phenomenon that Piaget saw in children. I've always liked the movement of the moon example. So to evaluate Piaget, in summary, we would have to say that he has wonderful descriptions of childhood, and that he does show the kind of sort of naturally occurring magical thinking that happens at a young age before children really understand reasoning. As I said, his stage theory has not held up that well over the years, but he's an important figure simply because he provides these wonderful descriptions of childhood and probes them so nicely. So now I want to move on to a different topic, but still with children, and that is I want to go back to the learning of superstitions, but now with children as the subject. You'll recall that in a previous lecture I talked about operant conditioning of superstition in pigeons, and also we had that amazing story about operant conditioning of superstition in Japanese college students, and the woman that jumped up on the table. But there were following Skinner's initial research with pigeons, there were some people who followed up with young children as well. Obviously, superstitions can be learned in childhood, and children are probably particularly susceptible to this. So Edward Morris, a psychologist at the University of Kansas, did a couple of experiments with young children. He brought them into a playroom, and on the wall of the room was a large clown mask. And the clown was rigged so that it gave out marbles through its mouth, and every once in a while, not, one marble at a time on a schedule. And the children were told nothing about the room except for the fact that they were told that however many marbles they got, if they got enough, they could exchange the marbles for a toy afterwards. So they had some incentive for the marbles, and that's all they were told. Another group of children had exactly the same setup, but they were told that the marbles will come if they press the nose of the clown on the wall. So press his nose, marbles will come out of its mouth. So these are two groups of children. Otherwise, the circumstances were the same. And as you can imagine, just like in Skinner's experiment, the marbles came of their own volition on a time schedule. They had nothing to do. There was nothing the children could do to speed up or slow down the rate of marbles coming. So, as you can imagine, the group that were told that pressing would bring the marbles did a lot of pressing. And of course, once in a while a marble did come, so in some sense it seemed to work, and they pressed quite a bit. The interesting thing was so that certainly shows that you can be instructed and learn a superstition through a simple instruction by an adult or someone else. But the interesting thing was that the other students, the other children in this experiment, were sort of like Skinner's pigeons, and they too developed some unusual activities that they did as if they believed those brought the marbles. And so some of them danced in front of the clown. One of them did touch the nose of the clown. Another child wiggled their hips, and one child sort of grimaced at that clown as if that had some effect on the clown. So here was a sort of replication of the original Skinner superstition experiment, but it was also with children. So the instinctive counter argument probably didn't work in that case, and it showed how accidental reinforcement could create some superstitions. The other thing that Morris and his colleagues wanted to look at was imitation as a way of learning. So what we call social learning, or learning through imitating someone else's actions, is thought to be a very large part of how we get around in the world. As you can imagine, you can often learn how to do something by watching someone else do it first. YouTube wouldn't exist without all of the how-to videos that show this exact phenomenon. So Morris wanted to determine whether young children might be provoked to engage in a superstitious behavior by simply watching someone else do it. So in the case of the previous experiment, where children were taught or told to press the nose, were instructed to press the nose, in some of those cases, Morris videotaped those children and showed them pressing the nose and occasionally getting a marble out of the clown's nose. Then for other children who were naive and that had not been in the experiment before, he showed that video to these children and then sent them into the room, and lo and behold, they started pressing the nose as well. They imitated what they'd seen in the video. Other children who had not seen the video, of course, did the same kinds of random behaviors that we saw before. So Morris was able to show in these experiments that with a new group of participants, little young children, that he could produce similar superstitions to Skinner. He could also produce superstitions through instruction by just telling them that the nose worked, even though it didn't have any effect, and also by imitation, by the children watching someone else press the nose. So a lot of different new pieces of information there. So children learn through imitation, obviously, and this is one of the things that is a pathway to superstition. So before I close this lecture, I want to treat another topic that's somewhat related. It may come to mind that being superstitious might not be a good thing, and we can talk about that more in a later lecture. But the reality is that people have asked me frequently, is superstition abnormal? Should we be worried about people who are superstitious? Is there something bad about it? Is it a mental disorder? Well, obviously, it's so popular and it's so widespread, and it seems most of the time fairly harmless, that it would be unlikely for it to be a mental disorder. I think that's something that we can agree on. But it does look like a mental disorder that exists. So the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of the American Psychiatric Association, often called DSM, it's now in its 5th edition, so it's DSM-5. That manual is the catalog of all the sort of accepted mental disorders that exist. And there's nothing about superstition in it. Superstition is not a mental disorder, according to the American Psychiatric Association. But there is a disorder that looks a lot like superstition called obsessive-compulsive disorder, which I'm sure many of you have heard of. It's an anxiety disorder. It's based on anxiety, and of course superstition is related to anxiety too, often. And it involves the doing of compulsive rituals over and over again. And so it does look like a superstition, but most of the research suggests that the two are not, other than their appearance and their similar anxiety basis, that there's no clear connection between the two. For example, being superstitious in childhood there's no known relationship between that and becoming obsessive compulsive in adulthood. I had the opportunity once to interview a man who suffered from obsessive compulsive disorder, and I asked him whether he thought a normal superstition and OCD were the same thing or were related. And he had a very nice phrase. He said, it's a quantitative difference that becomes qualitatively different. And so he believed that they were quite different, that his rituals, one of the things he said was that my rituals never give me pleasure. I do them in spite of myself. And to me, that did sound different than normal kinds of everyday superstition. So the evidence suggests that superstition is a fairly normal thing. It doesn't mean that it doesn't have a downside from time to time, and we can talk about that. But for the most part, it would be wrong to consider it a mental disorder of any kind. Lecture 14, Origins of Superstitions. Welcome back to the Science of Irrationality. This time, I'm going to talk about the origins of some common superstitions. This is a topic that everybody enjoys, and so I've saved it to near the end. And so I think we should start by remembering what our definition of a superstition is. That inconsistent with our current understanding of science, has some instrumental or pragmatic aspect to it. It's aimed at a goal, and therefore, believing in ghosts or other paranormal phenomena would not really be a superstition, but other things are, obviously, and that we give a pass to children and people from traditional cultures. What we're going to be talking about in this section, obviously, are primarily socially shared superstitions. I'm not going to talk to you about the origins of personal superstitions because those are unique to the person. Some of the origins of socially shared superstitions are from some specific categories. Some of them, for example, are religious in origin. Others, you'll see, involve some interesting sort of accidental relationships that have stuck and created a superstition. Others are more elaborate systems of belief that are nonetheless superstitious. And so we'll talk about all of those, examples of all of those kinds of superstitions. Now, I cannot by any means cover the whole gamut of superstitions. There are lots and lots and lots of them. So if I don't hit on your favorite one, I recommend that you pick up one of the many encyclopedias or dictionaries of superstition that exist out there. I'm going to start by talking about what is probably the most famous superstition of all, and that is Friday the 13th, or that the number 13 is superstitious. Now, it turns out that this is both the most famous of all superstitions, but also one of the most controversial in terms of what its origin is. There are multiple theories of where it comes from. I will give you my opinion, but I'll also cover the others as well, or some of the others. So I think the most valid explanation comes from the Last Supper, where Jesus and his 12 disciples were assembled, and Jesus was betrayed by Judas Iscariot and later crucified. So that the idea that resulted from that was that 13 people at a table was superstitious. And later, that superstition changed so that 13 was simply freed from the table and became an unlucky number in and of itself. So it started as 13 at a table. It moved to being 13. And then Friday, in case you're interested with Friday the 13th, Friday had always been an unlucky day in Europe in the Middle Ages because it was Hangman's Day. It was the day that people were hung, public hangings. And so it was considered unlucky. It was not a day that you would start a new venture or go out on a journey. And so once 13 was freed from the table and could float around, it became possible for the two unlucky things to come together in Friday the 13th. And that, in my view, for reasons I'll explain in a minute, is the most valid and supported view of how the Friday the 13th superstition came to us. But I'll give credit to the alternative theories. One of them involves Norse mythology, in which 12 benevolent gods were having a good time up in Valhalla, and the evil god Loki joined the group, making 13 again, and Loki arranged a situation in which Balder, one of the benevolent gods, died. So according to this theory, again, it was a group of 13 people being unlucky, and it comes from Norse mythology. There's a third very popular theory, which involves the Knights Templar. The Knights Templar was a group of crusading knights in France, and they were arrested as a group on Friday, October 13th in 1307. And subsequently, a number of them were burned at the stake. So some people believe that that's the origin of Friday the 13th. Now, I've made my claim that the Last Supper is the best explanation for it, but it's not me just making a claim. It is, in fact, comes from a book by Nathaniel Lockenmeyer, who, in my view, did the most research on this question and has answered the question to my satisfaction, at least. His book is called 13, The Story of the World's Most Popular Superstition. And he offers the Last Supper theory as the best one and gives a lot of supporting evidence based on newspaper records and other published documents. So I personally feel as though that's probably the best explanation. But this is folklore, and many of the theories that are going to be I'm going to be presenting here about various superstitions are controversial. It's hard to know how a thing started in this case because records weren't always kept and so forth. Obviously, 13 is a very popular superstition throughout the world, and it is still to this day common that buildings do not have a 13th floor. And of course, that survey that we heard about people being unhappy if they're given a hotel room on the 13th floor, that would explain why builders of elevators, at least, skip the number 13. Of course, the 14th floor in that case would be the 13th floor, but builders do often still skip that floor. And if you look carefully the next time you're at the airport, you may notice that there are very few gates 13 for departures. So the superstition is still there. While I'm on the topic of 13, it's worth pointing out that there are quite a few number superstitions. 13 is the one that we know the best, but in Asia, the number 4 is very unlucky. And the reason for this is one of those accidental relationships I mentioned. The reason for that is the spoken word for 4 sounds like the word for death in Cantonese. And so countries that have used the Chinese system of numbers, they find 4 to be an unlucky number, and also 14 because it involves 4 and so forth. So any use of 4 is often avoided if possible. And so there are, in fact, in the East and Asia, there are some elevators that are missing the numbers for 4, 13, and 14. So very odd elevators indeed. Now, the interesting part is on the opposite end, and again a accidental relationship. The number 8 in Asia is considered to be a lucky number. It sounds in Chinese like the word for fortune or for prosper, and so it's considered lucky. And you'll notice in commercial situations that there's a very low count of the number 4 that shows up in pricing of things for sale or any other use of numbers, whereas there's an overrepresentation of 8s. And in fact, in 2003, a Chinese airline paid the equivalent of $280,000 at auction in order to obtain a phone number that was made up of entirely 8s, 8 8s. And they then went and used that number for their customer service number that people would dial because that was considered lucky. And so you'll notice that phone numbers, commercial phone numbers, often have 8s in them, and also the pricing of something for sale will often end in 8 rather than 9 or something else. Another accidental relationship with numbers, the number 17 is unlucky in Italy because the Roman numerals XVII can be rearranged into the Latin word vici, or I have died, or I'm sorry, I have lived. I have lived. And then the past tense there makes it sound like you are, therefore, dead. And so as a result, the number 17 is unlucky in Italy. You can begin to see the regional nature of many of these superstitions, as well as those were great examples of sort of accidental sound relationships that create a feeling of bad luck. Moving on, color superstitions. Well, obviously we know about black cats being unlucky, and if black cat crosses your path. The origin of this superstition is thought to stem from the time of witches, that black cats and witches were related, witches often had cats around, and there was a belief that a witch could turn into a black cat if that seemed like a good thing to do. And so any black cat you came across might actually be a witch in disguise. Red as a lucky color in China red is associated with prosperity and good fortune, and so it is not uncommon. In fact, it's very common for a Chinese bride to wear a red dress at her wedding, and also red is used in many other ways. In products are colored red in order to help sell them. And red is a very common good luck color in Chinese culture. Something blue, just to throw in one more color, the phrase that brides are supposed to have a collection of things when they get married, and the poem goes, something old, something new, something borrowed, something blue. I always thought that maybe that blue was simply needed as a rhyme, but in 19th century Britain, where this is supposed to have originated, blue was a color associated with fidelity, which of course is something that might be wanted at that time. So those are some number superstitions and color superstitions. And now I'm going to go on and give you a breakdown of a few other very common superstitions and where they come from. Walking under a ladder. Now, I have to admit that some of these are a bit speculative, and it's not clear whether these are the true origins or not. But this is, as far as I can do as far as my research has shown, these are probably some of the better, or at least more common, explanations for these superstitions. Walking under a ladder. The idea is supposed to be that when you set up a ladder against a wall or a building, that you create a triangle, and that the triangle represents the Trinity. So there's a religious origin there, and that by walking under the ladder, you somehow disturb or violate the Trinity. So that's walking under a ladder. I always felt as though walking under a ladder sort of was a rational thing to avoid, especially if there was somebody up there on the ladder, but just because it's not always that sound a construction and something could come down on your head. Another common superstition is breaking a mirror, being bad luck for 7 years is often the way it's described now. It's an old superstition, very old, and it existed at a time when mirrors were rare and sort of expensive, and so breaking a mirror was not a good thing. Was a bad thing. They're also slightly mysterious. Back when they first emerged, it wasn't uncommon for people to do a form of fortune telling or divination using a mirror, as though they could look into the mirror and see something that was not otherwise visible. And you remember that Dracula does not show up in a mirror. So there is some magical lore associated with mirrors, and what happens to you when you break a mirror, or what bad thing happens, has changed over the years. Sometimes it was believed that someone in the household would die within a year, whatever. What I heard growing up was 7 years bad luck. Spilling salt. I mentioned that briefly as part of one of the surveys earlier on common superstitions. Salt was, of course, a consecrated, blessed object in the church, and still is, and is supposed to have special qualities. So this, too, has a religious origin, and also it's, or at least partially, but even before that, salt was a very valuable commodity because it was used as a spice and also to preserve meats. And in fact, Roman soldiers were supposedly paid in salt. And so that's where the word salary comes from. So over the years, it's been a very valuable commodity and also had magical powers. So spilling it was a bad thing. And typically the countermeasure that you took was to pick up some of the spilled salt and toss it over your left shoulder. The idea being that the devil might come at you from behind, and so this would guard against that. Four-leaf clovers is a bit of a mystery. They are considered lucky. You can go on eBay or Amazon, and you can buy any number of supposedly lucky four-leaf clover charms. But the origin of that superstition is a bit unclear. I would say that finding a four-leaf clover itself is kind of lucky. They're rare. And so it may simply be that finding one being so rare that it's as if that luck, that presumed luck, might be carried around with you with the clover. But that's a little unclear. Okay, I'm going to move into now some more elaborate superstitions that are not the simple kind that we've been talking about so far, and some of them are quite interesting. I am personally quite fascinated with the evil eye. I grew up in the Midwest and had never heard of it before, but it is until I started studying superstition. But it has become more popular lately, and it is found all over the world in various versions of it. The basis of the evil eye superstition is grounded in jealousy for the most part. And the idea is that someone can wield the evil eye and do harm simply by looking at you. And often the target of the look is something that you have and feel is quite precious. So, for example, a new baby is feared to be the target of the evil eye. And in some areas of South Asia, it is common to paint a little teardrop or blemish on the cheek or the forehead of a new baby, with the idea being that it would distract the evil eye away from the child and towards this blemish. There's a whole commercial aspect of the evil eye. There is a number of forms of jewelry that are related to it. One of the most famous ones is the Turkish nazar, which you may have seen. It's a round charm that has a light blue and maybe a darker blue and then a white center. It looks a bit like an eye. It's colorful. They're quite beautiful. And the idea of the charm is that if the evil eye comes at the charm, if you're wearing it or have it, then the evil eye will be reflected back at the person who's wielding it. So the eye reflects back. Another form of jewelry that is related to the evil eye is the hamsa, which you may have seen. It's a hand-shaped jewelry that with the hand pointing down, and it often has the shape of an eye in the palm of the hand, and that too is supposed to protect against the evil eye. There's an interesting Italian version of the evil eye, which involves trying to determine whether the evil eye is responsible for someone being ill. And so this is a completely different thing that is found in Italy or in Italian culture, in which someone will take a small bowl, fill it with water, and put a few drops of olive oil into the water. There may be some prayers said. And then they look at the oil floating in the water. And if the oil remains in droplets on the water, then the evil eye is not present. But if the oil appears as runny rivers on top of the water, then it's the evil eye that has caused an illness. And if that's the case, then other prayers might be said in order to try to ward off the evil eye. So I could say more about this, but that's enough. It's quite an interesting and elaborate superstition that occurs. The evil eye is very common in the Middle East. It's common in Europe and also in South America. I think we should probably talk about astrology as a superstition. I want to point out that that there is no scientific basis behind astrology, and there have been a number of tests of astrology, and there are no observable relationships between, for example, personality and any part of the calendar at all, much less the astrological signs. So I think it's justified to call it a superstition. It has a sciencey sort of flair about it at times, but that's it's not legitimate science that backs it up. Astrology is very old, and it started 4,000 years ago in Babylon, and it is shown in various versions throughout the world. In its origins, it developed as part of the process of trying to develop a calendar so that the year could be predicted and the seasons and so forth. But it soon developed into a process of telling the future and eventually of saying things about personality. And there are various versions of astrology throughout the world. There is a Chinese version of astrology. There is an Indian version that's a little different from the European version that we know. And the Mayan culture long ago is thought to have had their own form of astrology. It is probably the most, when you think about the basic sun sign and what's your sign aspect of astrology, it's probably the most popular theory of personality that exists in the world. I may be overstating things there, but I think it may be, at least with the general public. And so people definitely like to know what each other's sign is and what that might mean. Unfortunately, there's no evidence to back it up. For example, there have been a number of studies that show that when someone's chart, their astrological chart is done, if they're shown their own chart and then a random chart from someone else with the names taken off, that people cannot recognize themselves correctly. They do not score above chance level in being able to identify their own chart. It's also true that that people who know the person, if they try to pick out that person's chart, they can't do it either. So there is some real problem with astrology as a system. I'll talk about one more large system of belief, and this is feng shui. Feng shui is a Chinese form of geomancy or divination based on land formations and markings that can sort of tell whether something is going to be for good or ill. The name means wind and water, and the idea is that that living in harmony with the winds and waters and the earth promotes happiness and prosperity. So it turns out that there's a huge industry of consultants in feng shui, and many of them are in the East. It has been estimated that over half of home buyers in Hong Kong will consult a feng shui master before buying a home. Consultants advise people on the construction of their home, the decoration of their home, also offices and public buildings and so forth. And the idea is to maximize what is known as qi, the life force, and that force is also a basic principle of Chinese medicine, Chinese traditional medicine. And by the way, I'm sure that in your town, it's very likely that you could find a feng shui consultant to work with you as well. They are found in the U.S. and Europe, many places, of course, mostly in the East, but they are worldwide. And of course, you might have guessed, I'm going to say that there is no scientific basis for the whole concept of feng shui, and in fact, there is no evidence that the life force qi exists at all either in Chinese traditional medicine or in feng shui. So that's just a few superstitions and their origins. I encourage you to study more. If I didn't hit on the one that you are interested in, there are many of them out there. Lecture 15, Inner Conflict and Possible Benefits of Irrationality. Welcome back to the Science of Irrationality. We've come to the final lecture, and I have some concluding thoughts to wrap it up. First, I wanted to take a moment to consider whether or not we are actually overvaluing rationality. There's no question that reason and our ability to think and calculate has been a tremendous boon to us as a species. We are able to do quite a bit that other species cannot do. But it's also true that philosophers place a lot of weight on acting on belief. The idea that people only do things when they have reasons for doing so. And psychologists, I think, often question that much more than philosophers do. It turns out that in many circumstances, we act first, and then we create the belief or rationalization to justify that. The most common and classic example of this is the concept of cognitive dissonance. So cognitive dissonance is caused when we see a conflict between what we do and what we purport to believe. The classic experiment that was done to demonstrate this was one in which participants were brought into a laboratory and asked to do a very boring task. They had to turn knobs, just a quarter turn, over and over and over again for a long period of time. It seemed like a pointless task. And so, like Sisyphus, going up, pushing the stone up the hill. So the participants did this boring task, and then when they were done, they were paid a small amount of money to tell the next person coming in that it was fun, that it was they had enjoyed the experiment. Some participants did that when they were paid a small amount of money. Other participants did it when they were paid a larger sum. And then later, they were asked directly themselves in a questionnaire, did they enjoy the experiment or not? The results of the experiment were kind of interesting because the people who were paid just a small sum of money to essentially lie and say that they enjoyed the experiment, later said they had enjoyed the experiment, that their ratings of the enjoyment of the experiment were greater than the people who were paid a large amount of money to say the same thing. And the interpretation is that the participants who only were paid a small amount to do this job saw themselves doing something that was inconsistent. They saw themselves saying that the experiment was interesting when it was boring, and the money did not provide a good enough justification for that. So they said, maybe I did enjoy the experiment. And they solved the sort of dissonance between these two things by changing their beliefs. That's the basic idea. As far as the people who were paid more, they had a reason for why they said what they said. They said it for the money. And there was not as much dissonance that they experienced. So this was a classic experiment, and it shows, again, how sometimes we just act and we form our beliefs to meet those actions, to justify those actions. So that's just one example of a situation in which we come up with a post hoc explanation. And it may be that this emphasis on being rational is sometimes a cover for the fact that we just act without engaging reason as much as we think we do and as much as the philosophers think we do. Now I would like to turn to some interesting research, very recent research, that brings together some of the issues that we've talked about in the class. So lately we've been talking about superstition as a sort of common method of being irrational, a common form of irrationality, and it based on irrational beliefs and actions. Some recent research has looked at the heuristics and biases from earlier in the class and applied those to superstitious beliefs in some very interesting ways. So, for example, the one study is a laboratory study of jinxes. So here's the setup. Psychologist Jane Risen, University of Chicago, and Thomas Gilovich, Cornell University, did a study that went like this. The scenario was that a young fellow, a college student, had applied to Stanford University for graduate school. He really wanted to go to Stanford. Stanford was his first choice, and he was waiting to hear from the admissions office. What happened was that his overconfident mother sent him a Stanford University T-shirt in the mail, and he receives it. So there are two versions of what happens next. For some of the people who were in this study and had to sort of think about this scenario, for some of them, the young man immediately wore the shirt the next day, still having not heard from Stanford, but he put the shirt on and wore it around campus. In another version of the scenario, other participants, the young man took the shirt and put it away in a drawer, not to be seen until after he hears from the admissions office. So the interesting part is that the participants who listened to this scenario, thought about it, were asked, who's more likely to get into Stanford? And the results were that they said that the person who put the shirt away was more likely to get into Stanford than the person who wore the shirt. So they basically suggested that the jinx is real, that the person would have jinxed themselves if they had worn the shirt and had jinxed themselves when they wore the shirt, which is very interesting that they actually that the students actually, the participants in this study actually thought that it was a real thing and that he would be less likely to get in. The interpretation that the researchers gave to these results was that there is this concept of sort of tempting fate, that by putting the shirt on, the young man made himself very vulnerable to embarrassment. The idea that he might walk around campus, people would see him wearing the Stanford shirt, and then later have to admit that he didn't get into Stanford. And that tempting fate, jinx sort of concept really affected what their judgment about whether he was actually going to get in or not. An interesting aspect of this study, it's interesting enough already, but an interesting aspect of the study is that the researchers in their interpretation said that there might actually be a positive aspect to these kinds of superstitions, that belief in the jinx may promote a kind of humility that is a positive quality that would avoid a kind of hubris, and that hubris, isn't a very good quality in a person, and so that this idea of the jinx might have a positive aspect to it. We'll have to think about that. Another approach to this, and sort of building on that last study, is one that is promoted by Jane Risen again, psychologist at the University of Chicago, and she has introduced the concept of acquiescence. So, and this gets at the question of System 1 and System 2, and she suggests that in some situations of superstition, System 1 and System 2 are in conflict with each other, and System 2 acquiesces to System 1, if you can think about it. So a classic example of that is the Friday the 13th scenario that I described to you at the very first part of the course, in which a person realizes that they have a doctor's appointment for an outpatient surgical procedure and realizes that it's on Friday the 13th. And so it might very well be, Ryzen has suggested that it might be that a person doesn't really believe in the Friday the 13th superstition. Their system 2 mind knows it doesn't make sense, but their system 1 mind might be troubled by it, that there might be some instinctive intuition that this is a bad thing to do. And this is a real phenomenon. There are people who are not true believers. They don't really believe in the superstition, but they've grown up in the culture and they've acquired an emotional response to the idea, and they might be reluctant to go. And if that person does change the appointment, this would be a case of what Ryzen calls acquiescence, where the rational system 2 acquiesces to system 1 and does something that is not essentially rational. At least it's not rational in the sense that Friday the 13th isn't a special day. So I think that there's a point to this. There may be a point to this that true believers are another thing. They are irrational because they believe Friday the 13th is real, and they're going to change the appointment anyway. But someone who is rational but also subject to this sort of gnawing instinct about Friday the 13th, that's an understandable thing, and I can also understand why they might feel better by changing the appointment, what Ryzen calls acquiescence. So here, this is a way in which dual process theory has been brought into the topic of superstition, and I think that it's an interesting approach. So one of the questions that often comes up, and we've touched on it a number of times in this course, is the question of whether superstitions can be beneficial or not. I have a fairly tolerant view of superstition, although I don't think that it's a good way to organize your life in general. I think that reason and science are better. But there is the possibility always that superstitions might help your performance. Maybe Wade Boggs really did hit better because he was exercising all these superstitions. Well, it would be nice to have some data on that, some science to back it up, some evidence. And you'd be surprised to know, perhaps, that there hasn't been much study of this over the years, strangely, until a study was done at the University of Cologne in Germany in 2010. And it was an interesting and very simple study, and it seemed to show a breakthrough in this area. So here's how it worked. People were asked to come into the laboratory, and they were asked to put a golf ball into a cup on a carpet inside the laboratory. They're given a real golf ball and a putter, and there was something set up, and they tried to get as many in as they could. So it was almost like a sports test. The difference was, the crucial factor, was that as they were brought into the laboratory, half of the participants were told, "This is your golf ball." The other half of the participants were brought into the laboratory, and they were told, "This ball has been lucky today." So, this is your ball versus this ball has been lucky today. And lo and behold, when they tallied up the results from all of the people who did this task, the people in the lucky ball condition actually, sunk more putts than the people in the straight, this is your ball condition. So the lucky ball was, quote, lucky, right? And of course, the researchers were quick to point out that there was no luck involved. They were randomly assigned to these conditions. So it must have been, they presumed, a psychological effect of being told that this is a lucky ball and that it helped performance. So this seemed to be the first study ever that showed in the laboratory in a scientific experiment that belief in luck could actually help performance in a skilled activity. Obviously, it's not going to help you in dice rolling. It's not a skilled activity. It's just random. the possibility that it could help you in a skilled activity like golf was always there. Unfortunately, this excitement did not last very long. A group of researchers at Dominican University in the United States attempted to replicate the study done in Germany. And of course, this is a major aspect of science. We want to make sure that things that we discover can be repeated by other people or else they're not real. So the researchers at Dominican designed a much larger study with many more controls. It was a much more sophisticated and stronger study, and sadly, they found no effect of the lucky ball. They even went so far as to determine that the belief in luck of their participants was equivalent to the German participants, so it shouldn't have been culture or anything of that nature that made the difference. So we're left, believe it or not, after all this time, we're left with no clear evidence that superstition helps performance. I personally believe that it's likely to be helpful because of the psychological benefits. I mean, the calming benefits, and there is some evidence I'll tell you about in a minute that will support that. And this is a study, the new study that gives at least some evidence of a positive effect of superstition. A little bit, a tiny bit. So this is a study of ritual. It was done very recently by Alison Brooks, Jane Risen, and other researchers. And what they did was to bring participants into the laboratory and give them, tell them suddenly that they were going to have to do something fairly nerve-wracking. For example, some of the participants were told that they were going to have to sing a song by Journey, the song Don't Stop Believing, in front of an audience of onlookers. So this is the song you probably know. It starts, just a small town girl living in a lonely world. She took the midnight train going anywhere. That was that. I obviously am not a good singer, but probably that was true of some of the participants as well. So they were brought in, and they were going to be doing it in front of an audience, and others were given another sort of nerve-wracking task, which was that they were asked to solve math problems, and they would be timed math problems. So they set it up so that the participants would be a little bit anxious at least. But what they really were studying, though, was the effect of doing something before you did that performance. And so they asked participants to perform a sequence of activities before they were tested either in singing or in math problems. And the crucial thing was how they described the activity. For some people, the activity was described as a ritual. For other people, the activity was described as some random behaviors. We would like you to do some random behaviors before you perform. And just to give you a sense of what kinds of random behaviors we're talking about, or rituals, it was something like this. Please count out loud slowly up to 10 from 0, then count back down to 0. You should say each number out loud and write each number on the piece of paper in front of you as you say it. You may use the entire paper. Sprinkle salt on the paper, crinkle up the paper, and throw the paper in the trash. So for some people, this was described as a ritual, others are random behaviors, but the key finding was that when it was described as a ritual, people performed better. They had a karaoke machine that counted the errors that people made when they sang, and of course they had the errors and the timing of the math problems. It's also true that they measured the anxiety level of the participants, and when this sequence of activities was described as a ritual, their anxiety was lower, and when it was described as random behaviors, it was higher. So there's something about a ritual That's the basic finding here. There's something about a ritual and the performance of a ritual. Of course, rituals happen in various aspects of our lives, and they do seem to have a calming function about them. But it's kind of interesting that the simple additional label of a ritual was enough to affect both performance. Now, what was interesting for us about superstition was that some of the rituals that they employed had a superstitious aspect to them, a sort of magical aspect to them. And many participants also reported that in their own lives, they sometimes did a ritual before a big performance, and some of those rituals involved magical aspects to them. But the research suggests it's not the magic, it's the ritual. Any ritual will do. It doesn't have to be magical, but it does give some support for people who might, like Wade Boggs or other people who do a ritual before a big performance, that this activity is helping them in some way. And now we have at least a little bit of data. Now we've learned from the golf ball study that this should probably be replicated to make sure that it's true. But I think it's an interesting bit of data to add to our understanding. So, how should we sum up all of this about irrationality and superstition? I would say that, first of all, there is no magic. We know that much, that there is no magic. But it does seem plausible that in skilled activities, superstitions may have some benefit. So the question is, should we give in to superstition? Should we just go ahead and go with it when we want to? I think that as a general approach to life, it's a bad idea. I think that we should use reason and evidence and science to guide us in life. But in some individual cases, I think it's fine. I can't see any reason to denigrate someone who changes a doctor's appointment on Friday the 13th. I think that the real challenge of irrationality is not so much these common superstitions, but as I mentioned in previous lectures, that the real challenge for us is in delayed consequences. Things dealing with delayed discounting, dealing with things that are affected by our actions now, but are going to happen later. And I think one of the best examples of that is climate change, is global warming, and its major consequences are very delayed. We may be seeing some of it now, but the real problems of climate change are going to be ones that current adults may never see, and will be, and even though our current behavior affects those future events. So we have many of our problems are quite serious, and they involve those delayed consequences. And the problem is that even if we if we meet the epistemic challenge, if we accept the science and know that the facts are real, that humans are, as the scientists say, affecting climate change, it's still hard to do the right thing. That's the problem of delayed consequences. The temptation to do something that, like take the car, drive, whatever it is that you're doing that might affect the climate, the temptation to do that is too great, and the consequences are very delayed. So how are we going to survive in a situation like this? If the current adults are not feeling the consequences of their actions, then the hope is that they can care about other people and how other people are affected by them. I'm reminded again of the words of Adam Smith in The Theory of Moral Sentiments. How selfish soever man may be supposed, there are evidently some principles in his nature which interest him in the fortune of others. So we have to be hopeful that people who live today will care enough about their children and their children's children to act now to help us deal with climate change. And I'm hopeful that that can still happen and will.
This course was produced by Learn 25. Enjoy a lifetime of learning, 25 minutes a day.